ends of the earth will I cry unto thee. When my heart is overwhelmed, lead me to the rock that is higher than I, that is higher than I. For thou hast been a shelter for me, and a strong tower from the enemy. When my heart is overwhelmed, lead me to the rock that is higher than I, that is higher than I. For thou hast been a shelter for me in my time of storm, and a strong tower from the enemy. When my heart is overwhelmed, lead me to the rock that is higher than I, that is higher than I, that is higher, that is higher than I, that is higher than I, that is higher, that is higher than I. One more time, that is higher than I, that is higher than I, that is higher than I. Hallelujah. We speak peace over Barbados, over our youth, over our country, over everyone in this room, everyone that is viewing online. We speak peace to you. I will worship the Lord, for he is worthy. I will lay down my sword, the Prince of Peace is his name. King of the flood, the Lord is mighty. The Lord can quench the evil force. Peace when trouble blows, Jehovah sees, Jehovah knows. He is my peace when sorrow nears, Jehovah feels, Jehovah hears. I will lay down my sword, for he is mighty. Oh, the Prince of Peace is his name. King of the flood, the Lord is mighty. The Lord will quench the evil flame. May we sing peace when trouble blows. Jehovah sees, Jehovah knows. He is my peace when trouble nears. Jehovah sees, Jehovah hears. He is my peace when trouble blows. Jehovah sees, Jehovah knows. He is my peace when trouble nears. Jehovah sees, Jehovah hears. He is my peace when trouble blows. Jehovah sees, Jehovah knows. He is my peace when trouble nears. Jehovah sees, Jehovah hears. our peace when trouble blows. Jehovah sees, Jehovah knows. He is our peace when trouble is. Jehovah sees and Jehovah hears. Oh, He is our peace when trouble blows. Jehovah sees and Jehovah knows. He is our peace when trouble is. Jehovah sees, Jehovah hears. He is our peace. He is our peace. He is our peace. He is our peace. Great is His faithfulness. Great is His faithfulness. Great is your faithfulness. Great is. Morning by morning, new mercies we see. For all we have needed, God's hand has and always will keep providing. 'Cause great is God's faithfulness. Great is your faithfulness. Great is your faithfulness, Lord, unto me. Great is thy faithfulness. Great is thy faithfulness. Morning by morning, new mercies we see, and all that we've needed, thy hands have provided. And great is thy Sing, He's the name above every other name, and He's worthy of praise. And my heart will sing, my heart will sing, how great is our God. Sing, how great, say, how great is our God. Will you sing with me? How great is our God? And all will see, everybody will sing, everybody will bow, everybody will kneel, everybody will know He's God. Hey, how great is our God? Sing with me, how great is our God. Oh, we'll see how great is our God. Faithful God. We sing of His goodness. We sing of the goodness of God. He's a good and faithful Father. I love you, Lord. Your mercy never failed me. All my days, I've been held in your hands. From the moment that I wake up until I lay my head, I will sing the goodness of God. 'Cause all my life you have been faithful. All my life you have been so good. With every breath that I am able, oh, I will sing of the goodness of God. I love your voice. I love your voice. You have led me through the fire in darkest night. You are close like no other. I've known you as a father. I've known you as a friend. And I have in the goodness of God. And all my life you have been faithful. All my life you have been so good. With every breath that I am able, I will sing of your goodness. Of the goodness of God. All my life you have been faithful. All my life you have been so good. With every breath that I am able, I will sing
Your goodness is running after me. Can we all stand as we reverence the presence of Almighty God, in whom we live and move and have our very existence? Without him, we couldn't be here. Without him, we couldn't have the health we're enjoying this morning. Without him, we wouldn't exist. But we are thankful for God's presence, and we are thankful also for the Democratic Labour Party on their 67th year anniversary. Thank God for bringing this party thus far. We congratulate the Democratic Labour Party on your 67th anniversary as a political party in this island. I pray God's continual blessing, guidance, wisdom, strength, clarity of vision and purpose as a well-established political entity in this island. May the spirit of togetherness be stronger than it has ever been in the past 66 years as you go forward from here. And may the spirit of prosperity, exponential growth, national favor, and grace overwhelm this party in many positive ways. I ask this in the name of Jesus. Pray, Father, for your blessings on all who are gathered here this morning, and even those who may be viewing on stream. Thank you for this day's proceedings. We pray everything will go according to order. Everything will go and will run well. And we pray that in the final analysis, your will be done. And we'll all unite together to see you glorify not only in this party, but in the island of Barbados, even at a higher level. We give you the praise and the honor and the glory. Amen and amen. You may be seated. Thank you. I want to thank those young worshipers, those young people, for their ministry this morning. Come and encourage the young people. Encourage our sister Trinicia Esibum as well, rendering those two songs unto us. Good morning to all. It is a well-known fact that in a general election, the winning party seizes the day. But with astute political wit, wisdom, patience, humility, understanding the electorate, and possessing a tenacious resilience, the defeated party may own the future. All is not lost. With this in mind, I say to the Democratic Labour Party, quitting is not an option. You still have a lot more to offer this great nation, Barbados. You must believe that. The truth is, you can fail to win the election and form the government in a manner that disrupts the pre-election cohesive team spirit and cause much division, or you can close ranks and together overcome the pain, the hurt, and disappointment of losing. Either one. Either we cause more division, or we come together, close ranks, and overcome together. But most importantly, you can lose in a way, I want you to listen carefully, you can lose in a way that positions the party, in this case, the Democratic Labour Party, with some adjustments, to win the next election. All things are possible. And sometimes all things work together for a good. Not sometimes. The scripture emphatically states all things work together for a good at all times. That's the goodness of God. As we trust him, as we love him, as we develop that relationship with him, he will cause it to work out in our good, or for our good. It was very unfortunate that the DLP allowed the political term or label lost decade and old guard to gather momentum without being addressed or debunked. It's a pity, unfortunate. The most difficult period in your 67 years as a political party would have been the last 14 years between 2008 and now 2022. The most difficult years, 14 years. You won 2 elections in that period, 2008 and 2013, and you suffered 2 massive defeats, 30-0, as well in the same period, 2018 and 2022. But as you seek to develop, rebrand, and present a new Democratic Labour Party, to the populace, you must not lose face or faith, but have hope, for there's still much more for you to do in this island of Barbados. You did quite a number of things during your 10-year tenure as government, between 2008 and 2018. That is why I know the term lost decade was not a serious statement, or just a political label, but we allow it to remain there and to cement itself and find root and grow moss and develop, when it should have been cascaded, thrown down. But in the fray of politics, I must say it was a good label to cast upon a defeated party. Why not? Now let me just take a brief look at some of the things accomplished during the 10-year 2008 to 2018, branded or labeled the lost decade. Within that 10-year period, the DLP would have lost about 1.5 years to 2 years due to the prolonged illness of the then Prime Minister, the late Honorable David John Howard Thompson. It is true, not much could have been done during that time. A party saddened, hurt, concerned, caring for an ailing leader. So it really was an 8-year period, I would say. Taking 1.5 years to 2 years out of it, was an 8-year period due to that unfortunate situation beyond the control of anyone. Not a whole lot could have been done during that time of running in and out of hospital, going to Miami, going to New York, up and down, and having ministers grieving and feeling it. But even during his short stint at the helm, the late Prime Minister David Thompson got the Constituency Council legislation bill passed with the idea of deepening democracy in Barbados. Also, he got the bill passed to give civil servants a substantial pay increase during the 2008-2009 period. So he even got some things done during his short stint. The DLP made some significant achievements during those 8 years in education, in health, in energy, social care, culture, sports and youth, in labor, social security, and human resource development, in housing, in tourism, and many other areas. During one of the worst global recessions in which it had to operate and continue to achieve for its people. Operated in a difficult time, and yet they were able to do a lot with little. In education, for example, the Democratic Labour Party constructed the Black Mongola Primary School, the new Derek Smith School and Vocational Center, the refurbished Lodge School and Erdison Training College, the new CXC headquarters, That dilapidated looking structure that is now looking so spanking new and lovely. The Democratic Labour Party also further democratized the education sector by extending sixth form education to the St. Michael's School, the Christchurch Foundation, as well as creating sixth forms at newer secondary schools, Springer Memorial, St. Leonard, and Ellerslie. Certainly, that couldn't be a lost decade. The refurbishment also within that time of 22 other public educational institutions was done. I can't call all their names now because of time. Then, in collaboration with the Maria Holder Trust, the Democratic Labour Party pursued a program in nursery education which saw the establishment of the Gall Hill Nursery and the Camaraderie Nursery School. The DLP also introduced the offshore medical education sector to Barbados and registered 7 offshore medical schools during that time. There was also the appointment of 746 primary school teachers and the appointment of 300 secondary school teachers during that tenure as well. And people felt very pleased to have been appointed and waved their papers. In health, DLP completed the David Thompson Health and Social Services Complex, completed it, and is doing a very great job now in St. John. When there was the Ebola outbreak in some nations, the Democratic Labour Party decided to build a healthcare facility just in the event we had an outbreak of Ebola here in Barbados. They decided to build a healthcare facility looking for Ebola, but by and large, Ebola didn't come, but COVID-19 came. And the best dos Santos, my God, my God, my God. The best dos Santos amalgamated laboratory was built for one thing, not knowing we would have had any COVID-19 within a few months. Thank God for visionary leadership of the Democratic Labour Party during that time. And tell me no one can say the best dos Santos isn't a very necessary thing and didn't play an excellent role in helping us cope with the COVID-19 pandemic. Also, the refurbished QEH outpatient clinic at Enmore, the refurbished cafeteria in the QEH, and also the reception area. Then there's the new diabetic center at Warren's. All of that done within that 8-year period. This couldn't be a lost decade. And I know it was just a political label, so I wasn't worried about it. But I just thought that it could have been represented and debunked before. And let ministers come and say the things that they did. So I'm attempting to say some of them this morning. If the minister didn't say I am attempting to say some of the things. I can't say all, but I will say some. In tourism, under the Democratic Labour Party tenure, 2018, we saw the opening of the new Sanders Luxury Hotel, the opening of Almond Beach Village, and the opening of Sugar Bay Hotel. Some total of 630 additional rooms in those 3 hotels added to the tourism product or the tourism plant in Barbados. Together, these hotels employed over 1,100 persons. This represented an investment of 70 million US. That couldn't be a lost decade. Barbados attracted also, under the tourism, attracted a record number of visitors in 2016 and in 2017 than at any other time in the history of our island. Thanks be to God for that. Give God some praise. 2016 and 2017. The Democratic Labour Party also saw to the refurbishment of the Lloyd Erskine Sandyford Center, as well as the new multi-level car park facility at Lloyd Erskine Sandyford Center. All of that within that period, 2008, 2018. In the financial sector, in preparing for future growth and development of the island, in the midst of recession, one of the worst recessions we've had, the ministry established the Financial Services Commission, created a new government procurement system, established the Barbados Revenue Authority called BRA, continued to build out a new green economy. The DLP also during that time amended the Holiday with Pay Act for better administration of the act, protecting the right of workers. And they tried very hard to maintain public service jobs. The Democratic Labour Party also passed the new Employment Rights Act to change the post-slavery master-servant order by balancing the right of employees and employers. Certainly couldn't be a lost decade. Ministers worked and got quite a number of things done. And these are only the tip of the iceberg that I will mention this morning. They set up the Employment Tribunal as well, and that still functions, to protect workers. For the most part of that tenure, 2008 to 2018, the unemployment was kept between 9% to 10%. Give God praise for that as well. In housing, under Minister Michael Ashley, under the health program known as the Housing Every Last Person Project, hundreds of houses were built, including Marchfield, Work Hall, Parish Land, Woodburn in St. Philip, I would say thousands. Greens in St. George, Valerie, Grotto, Ford Road, and Country Park Towers in St. Michael, French Village in St. Peter. Houses were built across this island under the Democratic Labour Party, a strong housing program to house every last person. And the DLP leased land, and in collaboration with the private sector, have seen the establishment of the Coverley Housing Development, a beautiful village in Christchurch modeled on a village concept. In Coverley, you have a supermarket, you have gas station, you have doctor's office, all the amenities within that village. It's one of the loveliest villages now in the island. The Democratic Labour Party leased the land, and in collaboration with the private sector, was able to see such a beautiful housing village, modeled after what we've seen in Miami. The 20-year housing arrangement for tenants in the national housing units was also a very excellent initiative of the Democratic Labour Party. Because as long as you were renting for more than 20 years, those tenants were given the title deed without paying a cent. Without paying a cent. They were made house owners by the Democratic Labour Party. And I can remember many of them waving the title deed in their hands, excited. And as long as their rents were paid up, they became house owners without paying anything. I think that was a good initiative under the Democratic Labour Party during that tenure, 2008 to 2018. Under Ministry of Social Care, Minister Steve Blackett, amendment to the Domestic Violence Protection Orders Act was passed to protect women and children from domestic violence in this island. Under this ministry, all the social services were kept functioning under the Ministry of Social Care. And in the time of recession, we all know that the first thing to hit ground is the social services. Thank the Lord we were able to keep all of them open, welfare and all of them, Child Care Board, the National Assistance Board, everyone. He also spearheaded the 30 constituency councils were established under the Ministry of Social Care. He introduced the IC Bridge program, a model from Chile, to improve the lives of the poor, underprivileged citizens in this island. The IC Bridge program, touching families in every constituency or parish. I remember journeying to St. Lucie with him when we were handing over the keys to a family that was taken out from such poor conditions and were released into a beautiful 3-bedroom home. New brand, 2 of them. And when they received the keys, tears were in their eyes. All of that under the IC Bridge program, under the Democratic Labour Party. It couldn't be a lost decade. He introduced also the David Thompson Memorial Constituency Council football tournament that helped a lot of young men and young women, and also those who were selling and so forth on the side. He provided an energy grant to assist the disabled, unemployed, indigent, and elderly with paying their Barbados Light and Power electricity bills. That was also done during that period of time. The new Nightingale home at Blackrock, in collaboration with Sandy Lane Trust, right, that was established. I remember you and the Prince, I think, you and the Prince opened it, the Nightingale home. Come on, the Democratic Labour Party was working and working hard. Did we do everything right? I'd be the first to say no. But who does? But at least we were trying. Trying to work, trying. Could more have been done? We'd have liked more to be done. But note, we were also in a very tight recession. And we were doing much with very little. The ratification of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities was also established. Under the National Assistance Board, where I happened to have been chairman at the time, we renovated the dilapidated Jewish Donna building in the Pine and transformed it into the Jewish Donna Elderly Daycare Center in 2015. That was filled up in just a matter of weeks because many children were waiting to take their elderly parents there. Drop them off in the morning at 7, pick them up at 5 in the evening. They were involved in all kinds of skills and different programs and training and music, making merry, lots of food, taken care of by an excellent staff under the National Assistance Board. We transformed that building that was run into ruins. Then myself and the minister went up there, we said, no, we're not going to let this thing go deteriorate anymore. And the rest is history. Couldn't be a lost decade. We refurbished also the Lancaster House and converted it into a temporary home for emergency situations, such as families dislocated by fire, those living in deplorable conditions, those evicted from their homes, and those affected by storms and other situations. Remember visiting some elderly people, seeing some conditions, seeing them living under some conditions. And we couldn't do anything else but take them out of the conditions they were living under. Rat infested, everything, the flooring of one man. Remember visiting him in St. Barnabas? Flooring, I had to step so carefully before I would go through. Then as we make arrangements to get him, the next day I think he fell through. So we had to get him moved very, very quickly, quicker than we thought we would have had to. But we got him moved and placed into a housing facility. That could not have been the work of a people of a lost decade. And many others, this was done to. St. Philip, St. Lucie, St. Michael, all over. We transformed the Clyde Gollop Shelter for Homeless Men into a 24-hour facility It was formerly just a night shelter from 7 p.m. in the night to 7 a.m. in the morning, and then the men had to go and fend for themselves and walk about Bridgetown and wherever, and then come back at 7 o'clock in the night just to sleep. We changed that and make it a 24-hour facility. And we put programs in place to develop these men, to educate, skill training, put things in place. There were many mornings, rain falling. Those men had to leave out in the rain and go because that was the system at the time. 7 p.m. in the night to 7 a.m. in the morning. Rain falling or not, floods or not, you go out there, you're gone. Place locked up for the rest of the day until 7 in the night. Talked with the minister, we spoke. We said, no, this has to change. And minister, we got that done before we leave. Now those men can lay down and rest. Rain fall or not, they can lay down and rest and then get up and eat and be part of the training program that we had left there. The DLP also passed a new Electric Light and Power Act to lay the groundwork for the introduction of an economy driven by renewable energy. Since households, independent power producers, and the Barbados Light and Power would all share in the generation of electricity. That was a very good initiative. The DLP also passed a Cultural Industries Development Act to create a new economic sector focused on investing in and utilizing the creative talents and energies of our people, so artists can sell their genius and develop themselves under Stephen Lashley at that time. The DLP also built a new terminal for the private transport services vehicles behind the Ministry of Education. And that terminal is still there. A desalination plant to improve our water supply under the Water Augmentation Project. And please note, also the new Barbados Water Authority building. During that time, they did substantial replacement with mains across the island as well during that time. So quite a number of things were done during, and these are only a few I am mentioning. An outstanding achievement was that the DLP secured the UNESCO inscription for historic Bridgetown and its garrison. What a transformation of that landscape from Bridgetown right along the south coast to the garrison, and attracting that international attention. I think we deserve another hand for that achievement on the UNESCO. Also, the new police stations, Hastings Police Station under the Democratic Labour Party built. Cane Gardens Police Station, the refurbished Black Rock Police Station. Subsequently, that was relocated to new facilities as well. The new immigration headquarters on Haines Street. The DLP also amended the Police Act to expand police powers to deal with crime in the communities. So things were being done. The DLP also passed the National Social Responsibility Levy, or the NRSL, as a revenue stabilizing measure, but we excluded the productive sectors from the application of the levy. Sectors such as tourism, manufacturing, and agriculture were left out of that levy. The central bank acknowledged that the levy had a positive impact on revenues, and I think everybody knew that as well. Had a positive impact on revenues, and we needed it at that time. And lastly, I want to say, amidst the difficult economic challenges of the time, the Democratic Labour Party never defaulted on payments of its foreign debt or local debt. Never defaulted. Could that be a loss? Decay? I humbly say, I don't think so. I don't think so. Between 2016 to 2018, some positive things happened on the global scene that was there for all of us to recognize. For example, in 2016, Barbados rated number 9 among the 11 best school systems in the world. Number 9 among the 11 best. And that was done by the Global Competitiveness Report, World Economic Forum. In 2017, Barbados was named the safest country in the Caribbean. Let me repeat that. In 2017, Barbados was named the safest country in the Caribbean by the World Economic Forum. That is worthy of praise as well, and giving God thanks. In 2017 also, Barbados rated 7th in the world among the top 10 countries for health care. That's a tremendous achievement for a small island developing state. And so said the Clinic Compare, the United Kingdom leading clinic comparison website. They rated Barbados 7th in the world among the top 10 countries. In 2017 again, Barbados ranks above its Caribbean neighbors on the United Nations Development Program. That's the Human Development Index. Barbados ranked above its Caribbean neighbors. And in 2018, Barbados was number 1 with travelers. Over 70,000 travelers across the world chose Barbados as their place to visit in 2017, a destination of satisfaction. These are things we need to give God thanks for. And a government having or running a lost decade would not have had that kind of global attention and recognition and stamp of approval if things were not happening. But things were being done. So we got to be thankful for what we were able to achieve during that time. A difficult time. Yet, we were able to see a number. This is just a drop in the bucket, the things that I mentioned. There's so many, but I'm only here for a short time, so I just picked out some of the important ones to mention. And you can go for yourself. Anyone can go and look up our record in the Hansard, written in the papers, wherever, and see the many things that were accomplished between 2008 to 2018, with a year and a half to 2 years out of that with the sad news of our deteriorating Prime Minister, then Prime Minister that is. Things slowed up a bit that time, but after that, we had to go. So really, it could have been just 8 years we had. But they made some strides during that 8-year period. So a government with a lost decade label could never have received such global achievements and recognition coming to the end of its tenure in office after 10 years. Could never. But as I said, I know that the lost decade was just a political label. And I have no problem with it, because maybe Democrats may have done it too if they had the opportunity to. So all that is in politics, so there's no problem with the label. What I'm saying that it should not have been left without being addressed. And speaking of the many achievements that was done, or that was achieved rather, during that time. There's another label, old guard, that also needs to be debunked, because both the Barbados Labour Party and the Democratic Labour Party have outstanding senior political luminaries with loads of wisdom and experience that still have a contribution to make in this island. Still has a contribution to make. And many in the ruling party continue to do a great job. So can those also on this side of the DLP. So let's debunk that foolish label. Our senior politicians who have worked hard and served this nation deserve our respect. I said they deserve our respect. That's the least we can do for them. We have seniors on our side, established luminaries in the political arena with experience, as well as the Barbados Labour Party has some very excellent seniors as well among them that work hard in this island. Let's respect them. Let's respect them and remove that old guard label. The DLP can still rise again. I said the DLP can still rise again. The DLP must rise again. And the DLP will rise again. We just need to take this time to regroup, rebrand, refocus, and develop a new strategic approach to recapturing the government at the next general election, constitutionally due in 5 years. Let me hasten to say that as the opposition party with the most votes, about 19% cast, the people of Barbados expect the Democratic Labour Party to represent them and make sure it keeps the government in check. The people of Barbados expect that. You do not need to be in Parliament. It would be good if you were there. Wish we could have had the 2 senators in Parliament, as was offered, but we don't have any number. You know what? In the situation, the present circumstance, we've got to deal with what we have now. We can still be a formidable force and a voice to the nation. You do not need to be in the Parliament within this context now, since we are not there, to be a vibrant, dynamic, effective opposition party. Your voice can be heard on the electronic and social media platforms, as well as through your astute writings in the print media. In 1983, as I wrote sometime before, I want to just reiterate it here again. In 1983, the Prime Minister of Jamaica, the Honorable Edward Seaga, of the Jamaica Labour Party, called a snap election on December the 15th. But the Honorable Michael Manley of the People National Party boycotted the election to protest the refusal of the ruling JLP to update the electoral roll amid allegations of voter fraud. This act resulted in the JLP, under the Honorable Seaga, winning all 60 seats in the House of Representatives in Jamaica, leaving the Honorable Manley PNP with no seat. There was a very low voter turnout as well of 29.4%. So Jamaica, like Barbados, was without an official opposition from December 1983 to February 1989. But that didn't stop the Michael Manley and the PNP from speaking on national, social, and economic issues from classrooms, from auditoriums, from platforms across Jamaica, representing the interests of the people as their own official opposition party. On the 9th of February 1989, the general elections were called in Jamaica, which resulted in the Honorable Michael Manley, with no seat in 1983, fought valiantly with no seat. In 1989, they won 45 of the 60 seats, with a turnout of 78.4%. Some people say you can't come from zero to win an election. All things are you hearing me? All things are. Some say, oh, it's impossible, Pastor, to come from zero to win. It is not impossible. Here, it happened right next door in Jamaica. 45 seats out of 60 were won by the Michael Manley People National Party. They fought valiantly from outside of Parliament and earned a landslide victory. The PNP went on to win in 1993, 1997, and 2002. What a comeback. To win not only from zero, but then they won 3 times after. What a solid political comeback from zero. To the Democratic Labour Party, I say there is hope. I will suggest that the Democratic Labour Party appoint a shadow cabinet, establish the Errol Barrow Gallery right there behind us, right there. Establish the Errol Barrow Gallery in George Street right here as their own official opposition bench of parliament, and have weekly debates on whatever is presented in the lower house. Let that be our opposition bench. It's not opposite in the parliament, which it's supposed to be, but it can be right here in George Street. Am I clear? We will invite the media, the social media, utilizing all the social media platforms, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, the print and electronic media, and full press coverage to full advantage. It can be done. It can be, and the people will listen once something salient, something relevant, something with vision, something with answers is coming forth. The people will listen, and they will follow. Let me close by saying it will be to our advantage to unite, close ranks, and as today the decision is being made where the new president is concerned, whatever happens this evening, whatever comes out of it, and whoever is at the helm, let us unite behind the individual. Are you hearing me? Let us unite. The time for infighting is over. The time for the confusion is over. The time for the separation is over. The time for us to close ranks is now. And whoever is victorious this evening, let's come together and let's be a formidable force to give the people some kind of hope. And if we have that shadow cabinet going and leading the charge, then we can bring back the cut and trust of politics in Barbados and uplift the Barbadian democracy once again to another level and present a different situation. I want to encourage us, don't lose hope. God is faithful. The great Nelson Mandela said, and I quote, "Do not judge me by my successes. Judge me by how many times I fell down and got back up." Let me just read these 5 verses and I will take my seat. Just ask you to think about them. And 2 of them are very familiar. But I don't want to just read the 2 that everybody knows. I want to read what comes before the 2 and one after. It says in Proverbs 3, "My son, do not forget my teachings, but keep my commands in your heart. For they will prolong your life many years and bring you prosperity." In other words, he's saying, don't forget my teachings. Keep my command. In other words, obey. Let's obey the word of God. Amen? For they will prolong your life. Drawing near to God, holding on to God's saints, will prolong our time, our tenure, and bring us into prosperity. Let love and faithfulness never leave you. Let's love one another, man. Let's be faithful to one another. Let's be loyal to one another. Let us see a new Democratic Labour Party emerging. Amen? Love and faithfulness. Bind them around your neck. Love and faithfulness. Bind them around your neck. Write them on the tablet of your heart. Then you will win favor and a good name in the sight of God and man. We will win favor with the population of Barbados. We will win favor with God and man. And we want to win the favor of the people of our nation, don't we? We want to win the favor of the people from St. Lucie to Christchurch, from St. James in the west to St. Philip in the east, don't we? We want to win the favor of the people. That is in the word of God here. But there are some things we have to do to win it. And the next verse is what everybody knows. He says, verse 5, "Trust in the Lord with all your, and lean not to your own understanding. In all your ways acknowledge him, and he will direct your paths." I know you know these two very well. But the one that come after it says, do not be wise in your own eyes. Fear the Lord and shun evil. Don't be wise. Don't get proud and arrogant and rude and obnoxious. Stop that kind of behavior. Don't be wise in your own eyes. This thing is not by might, nor by power, but by my spirit. Break every spirit of self-reliance and self-dependency. We can do nothing in ourselves. We depend on God. He is our source of strength. God is our refuge and our strength, a very present help in the time of trouble. Doing that, he says, fear the Lord and shun evil. This will bring health to your body and nourishment to your bones. I submit to us this morning, we have an opportunity to break new ground as we go forward for the remainder of 2022. And we look forward to 2026 or 2027 to make a difference in this nation. Let's stand. Thank you. Father, we look to you. We thank you for your faithfulness. We thank you that you are God and besides you there is none other. We commit the Democratic Labour Party to your hands. And we thank you for those things we were able to achieve in the 2008 to 2018 period, even with the death of our leading Prime Minister at the time having to deal with. Yet we were able to regather and get a significant number of things done. Would have liked to have done much more, even in the recession and all that we had to face. Father, you help us to do much with little. We thank you as we look to you today and we seek to rebrand, to regroup, to go forward with a new Democratic Labour Party facing the population. We want to interact with them, to engage them, to meet with them, to talk with them, to encourage, to hear their heart, hear their cry. And we also want to represent them outside of the parliament as it is the situation now at 30-0. But yet we can still be a voice outside. Pray that we'll be that strong voice addressing issues that are affecting our nation and helping to bring solutions, helping to bring direction, and helping to take care of the people of our island. I ask this in the name of the Father and of the Son. I plead your blood over this entire party. And I thank you for the togetherness, the oneness, the strength. Thank you, oh God, for the peace of God ruling among us. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen and amen. God bless you richly.
Thank you. And Conrad, let's give a round of applause for Reverend Dr. David Duran and the team for Restoration Ministries. May God continue to bless this great political party. Let's give a round of applause. Yeah. As the Democratic Labour Party celebrates as part of its 67th anniversary as a political party, let's give a round of applause for that as well. At this point in time, I invite you to take a seat. I will be your masters of ceremonies today, and it's a pleasure to be here at the Democratic Labour Party headquarters. The members of the executive, the general council, the Women's League, and the Young Democrats, led by our interim president, Comrade Steve Blackett. Let's give him a round of applause for leading us for these couple of months, showing the strength of the Democratic Labour Party. We welcome you to this extraordinary conference for the Democratic Labour Party as we are hosting our voting day to select our next president to lead in this ostentatious party on May 1st, 2022. We encourage you to be voting between 9 a.m. until 5 p.m. with our theme, Embracing Our Legacy, Shaping the Future. The presidential race today, as we celebrate Labor Day, between Dr. David Eswick and Dr. Ronnie Yera. Let's give them a round of applause for putting themselves forward for the party. Let's make more noise for those two gentlemen for coming forward. Make more noise than that. I encourage all registered Dems that can hear me online, from YouTube to Facebook to everywhere in Barbados, to come down to the headquarters today before 5 p.m. and cast your vote as we help to shape the future of this great party. We as also would like to shape the future of this country of Barbados from our independence led by our right excellent Errol Walton Barrow. Today, the future holds promise and dreams for the youth that can be achieved through hard work, dedication, planning, education, and words of wisdom. The youth of a nation are its leaders of tomorrow, so it is vital to educate them with good and strong values and deep thoughts. Today, we welcome you, our first speaker, as he deals with a conversation with our youth, Mr. Anthony Damian Francis Worrell. Mr. Anthony Damian Francis Worrell was born on the 5th day of November 1986. He attended the Lodge School and later graduated in 2005 from the Barbados Community College, where he attained his associate degree in law and government and political science with distinction. He was awarded a Barbados exhibition and completed his studies at the University of the West Indies, Cave Hill, where he attained a Bachelor's of Law degree. Mr. Anthony Francis Worrell was called to the Barbados Bar in 2010. He worked as associate attorney in various chambers before opening his own law firm, Various Legal, in 2016. Anthony was a member of the Barbados National Youth Orchestra, playing saxophone, if I'm correct, and the Optimist Club of Barbados. As a member of the Barbados Chess Federation, he sits as the chairman of selectors for the FIDE Chess Olympiad and has represented Barbados both regionally and internationally in chess tournaments. He's a former law lecturer and tutor at the University of the West Indies, and for several years, he was a mentor to students in the mentorship program at the University of the West Indies. As an attorney at law, at Various Legal, he has practiced in the following areas: civil litigation, immigration, contract law, estate planning, conveyancing, personal injuries, and company law. And Anthony has also advised international companies on the blockchain, as well as the cryptocurrency developments within Barbados, as well as solar and alternative energy resources, from funding possibilities to concept actualization. Anthony, with the founder of the Anthony Francis Worrell Scholarship Fund, which has benefited scores of children transitioning from primary to secondary education. With strategic partnership, he has been able to donate several tablets, devices, to students during the initial stages of the COVID-19 pandemic. Let's all welcome to the Democratic Labour Party, speaking with a conversation to the youth. Let's warm welcome Comrade Mr. Anthony Damian Francis Worrell.
Thank you so much. Interim President, Mr. Stephen Blackett. Immediate past President, Ms. Verla de Pisa. Distinguished speakers for today's extraordinary conference. The Most Honorable Eugene Barreto, Mr. Dickon Mitchell, leader of the National Democratic Party of Grenada. Economist, Mr. Carlos Fort. Dr. Roseanne Blenman-Abenj, esteemed members of the Executive Council, members of the General Council, members of the Young Democrats, members of the Women's League, former candidates, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. This moment is one that gives me great pleasure and honor. It is the one moment that my mother, a dedicated civil servant of limited means, once prepared me for. It is the moment that even some here may tell me, "Who are you? Where you come from? You don't belong here." But if there's one thing that I know, it is this. This is Barbados, and it means something whether you are for the Democratic Labour Party or any other party, to say that I am Barbadian. My voice, my opinion should matter. For who would have thought that the grandson of a plantation worker and housewife residing in the rural Wilson Hill, St. John, surrounded by crops and cane fields, but intricate bonds of community spirit, industry, and enterprise, would be here speaking with you today? And who would have thought that growing up in very ordinary circumstances, a stone's throw away from the Garrison St. Michael and later Grisette's St. Michael, whereas the young people would say the struggle was real, that I would be here today sharing this platform with eminent speakers, unlike myself, of course. From the bio, no doubt you have heard of my accomplishments. You have seen me as I am today. But you do not know when I, as a young boy, residing in Church Village, St. Philip, had to get up on mornings, 6 a.m., to brave the cold weather, and the cold water. To get on the Kendall bus, to traverse to Erdiston Primary School as it then was. You've not heard about the times that my mother struggled with myself and my twin sisters to where we are today. Truth be told, times were tough then, and even more so now. And that is why I would have established the Anthony Francis World Scholarship Fund to benefit children transitioning from primary to secondary school. My Christian faith does not lead me to believe, rather, that I am here by chance, but for a purpose, speaking with you today. So that in preparing this address this morning, I had in mind the many young people who on their way to school, like I had, have dreams, big dreams and aspirations for this very nation. I also considered parents who are finding it difficult on a daily basis to make ends meet. I also considered the many young people displaced, no jobs, due to the economic fallout as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. For them, they have no job, and for them, the future looks dim. But don't worry, there will be a better tomorrow. So that when the young people tell me that times are tough, I understand. When the young people tell me that they feel like giving up, I understand. When they tell me that they're fed up, I understand. When the young people tell me that they trust no politician, they trust no political party, I understand. I get you. I'm there with you. To be manifestly crass, the young people are not foolish. In Bajan parlance, they ain't idiots. So that the young people from Pie Corner, St. Lucie, to Indian Ground in St. Peter, to Hillaby, St. Andrew, to Haynesville and St. James, to Bathsheba and St. Joseph, to Wilson Hill, St. John, to Deacon's Farm, St. Michael, to Walker's, St. George, to Cane Garden, St. Thomas, to Church Village, St. Philip, to Wotton Christ Church, all of these young people need to feel empowered. They need to know that the long-standing ethos and traditions and conventions on which this country was built still stand. That we will continue to write our names on history's page with expectations great. That upward and onward we shall go, inspired, exulting, free. Now these words need not only be window dressing, elaborate, far-fetched, and elusive concepts. These are the things that our very foundations, our very existence, and what it means to be Barbadian are built on. We need to change the rhetoric that it is okay to aim for the roof as opposed to the stars. It is not okay. We need to change the rhetoric that some may make it and some may not. It is not okay. We need to change the rhetoric that being a doctor, a lawyer, or an accountant, or a teacher is the only way, and might I add, a politician, is the only way to make it in this society. It is not okay. We need to, at the community level, to show artists like John Yard and Nisha Woods and Trinity Clark and Chief Din and Shane Eastman and Amelia Clark that Barbados truly values those in the creative industry. Artists like these young people need avenues to thrive, doing only what they love. And why can't our Barbadian athletes have the best stadium in the Eastern Caribbean right here in Barbados? The young people are looking on, and what they see from government to government to government to government to government are failed promises. I believe that with the proper facilities and right programs, Barbados has the capacity and the ability to compete even more on the world stage. Frankly, it was disappointing for me at the recently concluded Carifta Games that Barbados did not even have a male relay team to compete in the 4x100 meters. Athletics is just one sports discipline. There are many others where more can be done and must be done. There's veritable evidence that as a Barbadian society, we've always, once put to the test and once given the opportunities, we've grasped it. We are truly craftsmen of our fate, and we've always wanted to do well. Our educational system is archaic. As we continue to grapple with how best to implement changes, what changes to make, when to make these changes, and the cost. Our challenges with the Caribbean Examinations Council continues. Don't get me wrong, challenges, they're a way of life. It is how sometimes the best is brought out. We know this, we've experienced it, from the dark, reprehensible conditions from our colonial past during slavery to our ultimate independence in 1966. However, we continue to lose opportunities to appropriately develop and take advantage of the talent which abounds within this great nation. And trust me, there is great talent. Our people are the greatest resource. Our children are the future of this nation. We must not be impervious to this fact. We cannot hide behind words, playing only lip service to this fact. We can ill afford to repeat our mistakes of the past in the hopes of achieving a great outcome or a different outcome for the future. The old way of doing old things is outdated. We need to desperately find avenues, or at the very least, creative ways to enter and explore new industries. Tourism has been a long-standing industry. However, fintech and blockchain technology is the future. It goes without saying that engine-operated cars are the past, but solar and electric transportation is the future. In the game of chess of which I'm adept, pawns are typically easily discardable, but they're not without value. A player who sees the true value of a pawn is with consummate ease able through computational theory to use his or her pawns to exact victory, with every piece doing its job and every piece exercising its purpose. The young people have their part to play, but they must be led, they must be believed, they must feel valued. Several young people have come to me. They want to do something with their life. It is fallacious, as I've heard, that young people just want handouts. That is not true. I repeat that. That is not true. They want to contribute to this great society, but they lack opportunity. They in great measure lack guidance. You know, I often wondered what was the hesitancy in teaching young people from a very young age how to invest in cryptocurrency, far less invest. In my practice as an attorney, I've heard of the stories of old folks saving their money in their mattresses. Equally, I've heard not so good stories about old people saving their money in their mattresses. So, why do we tell the young people to go to school, to go and get an education, without teaching them about making themselves marketable? Why do we tell the young people to go to school and get an education and find a job, without teaching them how to start a business and make that business profitable? Why do we tell the young people to go to school and get an education without teaching them the benefits behind incorporating a company as opposed to just having a sole trader business? Why do we tell them to go to school and get an education but don't teach them about taxes and tax liability? Why do we tell them to go to school and get an education but don't teach them the importance of a credit rating? We develop schools of creativity but fail in large measure to set up systems which would allow our youth to monetize something as basic as YouTube. We need to first, in a nonpartisan way, reach out to our young people. We need to connect with them. We need to find out what they truly need and work on achieving it with them. We need to stop romanticizing success. There's nothing pretty about success, especially when it comes with hard work. Rome, as the old people would say, wasn't built in one day. Equally, neither will their success. At the regional level, governments of this region need to examine, and critically so, the exorbitantly high costs associated with interregional travel. Many young persons yearn for the possibility to take weekends off in another Caribbean country, not just for leisure, but for business. But the cost is generally prohibitive. If we can somehow address this, there can be no stopping the business opportunities which may abound both locally, and regionally for our young people. I accept, if I am as honest as my profession pretends, that this is not an overnight fix. I get that. I understand that. But equally, what moves are really being made? Has this even been at the forefront of anyone's minds? Of course, to all here, you may treat my questions as rhetorical in nature. The road ahead may be a long one, but not without hope. The road ahead may be a long one, but not without challenge. The road ahead may be a long one, but with every effort amidst the global pandemic, the war in Ukraine, the economic fallout, and the rising costs of living, we can in large measure position our young people for greatness. We just need to listen. We just need to be open to conversation without fear or favor. Our society was built on the value of ownership. But what opportunities can we give our young people to own this land? And I don't just mean physical land. How can we meet the needs of the young people? How can we effectively bring about the impact necessary to win the hearts and souls and minds of the young people? As we look to be viable and competitive in the new rising industries of this world, how are we positioning our young people to take hold of the mantle and be there competing with the best of the best in the world? What conditions must be present now for us to take advantage of this critical period? If the future is solar technology, then what are we doing to ensure that our young people do not leave this country for fear of lack of opportunities? These questions and more must be at the forefront of any new political leader of this party. The future leader must have the answers to these questions, and through open discussion and dialogue with various stakeholders, develop strategies consistent with ensuring the success of this country that we all love and we call home. I cannot stress enough the importance of the youth to the future development of this country. I cannot stress enough the inadequacy of the present system which exists and the need for reform. I cannot stress enough that unless we have the courage to address the shortcomings, that we will continue to fail our young people. So let us begin to have these conversations with our young people, however uncomfortable they may be. Let us galvanize our youth and stand behind them. Let us give an ear to their ideas. a hand to their enterprise, and hope to their industry. This is what it means to be Barbadian. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the Democratic Labour Party must continue to embrace its legacy and shape the future by putting our youth first. Thank you.
At this point in time, we now invite the interim president, Steve Blackett, on stage, as well as Anthony Francis Worrell on stage as we entertain a few questions. Let's give a round of applause for Anthony Francis Worrell in his conversation to the youth of Barbados. He had mentioned some very key, important points, and he said, let us begin to have that conversation, however uncomfortable they may be. We now hand it over now to the interim president, Steve Blackett.
Thank you very much, Mr. Master of Ceremonies. A very good morning to all the members of the Democratic Labour Party, especially the Executive Council and the General Councils, and all of those who would have gathered here this morning to celebrate with us in this extraordinary conference. Of course, you would know that this conference was necessitated by the resignation of our immediate past president, Ms. Verla de Pisa. And of course, that resignation would have triggered the 30 general meetings at the branch level of our party. And of course, out of those branch meetings and general meetings, 4 nominees emerged. Ryan Walters, Francis de Pisa, Dr. David Eswick, and Dr. Ronnie Yearwood. 2 of those nominees emerged as candidates in this election, and that is where we are today. Certainly this conference provides the opportunity for us as a party to refocus, rebrand, reorganize, and to relaunch the Democratic Labour Party and put it back where it rightly belongs among the leading parties in this country. And we must do this if we want to pay tribute to the founding fathers of this party. We must always remember the Barrows, the Tudors, the Smiths, and the Burrows, and all those who assembled in Fontebelle in April 1955 to form this wonderful political organization. This day, comrades and friends, we bring to you a wide array of attention-grabbing, educational, and riveting and informational sessions. You would have just heard from our first speaker, Mr. Anthony Francis Worrell, and to me, he sounds very much like a prospective candidate of the Democratic Labour Party. I don't want to be previous, but I hope that I'm prophetic. Nevertheless, I'm excited about the period in which we are in. I have the utmost pleasure and signal honor to have presided over this party over the last 4 months since the resignation of our immediate past president. I have seen only the best of the Democratic Labour Party over that period. And I want to say that it came on us, all of us, suddenly. I have always aligned my priorities in life like this: my God, my family and wife, and this party. And whenever the opportunity comes for me to raise my hand to come to the aid of the party, you will always find Stephen de Courcy Blackett in the forefront and the vanguard of the fight for this wonderful political organization. So today we have wonderful speakers, like I said. I would not be previous. I will leave this to our presenters and to our introducers, but you can be assured that you have certainly a day packed with a treasure trove of wonderful presenters. So it is now my pleasure to declare open this conference and invite you to stay with us during the day. You will not be disappointed. I thank you.
At this point in time, we now invite Anthony Francis Worrell on stage for the audience to ask any question. So we invite Anthony Francis to come on stage to sit next to the interim president and be open with any discussion. And now hand it over now to the interim president, Comrade Steve Blackett.
Thank you so much, Master of Ceremonies. If there are any, yes, I see Comrade Denise Simmons Hines. Welcome, sister.
Blessed morning to all. My question, Mr. Chair, Mr. Worrell, is that it is often said that the young people, there's no way for the young people. And in your presentation, I've gathered that you see that there is some way. But I think that the older folks have to realize to stop the plug and pray for them mostly, because there's still hope for a lot of our young people out there. Not everyone will be a Christian, but some have values, and that is what I experience even in my church. There are some people that you can afford to say, well, I know that I can have them on the bandwagon working. And then there are others who put them down for what little they can. So I think that it is too much, I don't know if to say constructive criticism or not for the young people, but we should let the young people go forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Comrades Simmons Hines. Any other contributions from the floor? Sister Paulette Drakes.
Morning to all. I was not in the room all the time, Mr. Francis Worrell, to hear all that you...
Paulette, you might know your mask.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
I was not in the room to hear all that you expounded, but I did hear that you said we needed to win the hearts of the youth, and how are we positioning the youth to take the leap, and how are you, this was the part that struck me, how will we be planning to put things in place to, I use the word prevent, but perhaps that's not the right word, but prevent the youth from wanting to leave. That's the best I can think of at the moment. I also want to say that one of the things that I think is paramount is that we need to form a binding force where we try to hold each other together and make each other responsible, whether it's the youth for the not so young and the not so young for the youth. It has to be, to my mind, a situation where we hold each other as we go forward. Otherwise than that, you're going to have the pulling. I think somebody, when they were praying, said that whatever comes out of the voting and so on, that we stay together. That to me is significant. Now, my question, how do you see us, what things, what programs, what ideas you think we need to use to ensure that togetherness? Thank you.
Right, thank you very much for your question. As I would have alluded to in my speech, it was a very good question, by the way, to which you must be credited. very oftentimes, there are a lot of buzzwords. There's solar energy is the future. Fintech technology is the future. Blockchain technology is the future. Coding is the future. But really and truly, when you examine, when you put all the rhetoric aside, all the buzzwords aside, when you actually look around at what exists, the question is, what opportunities are they which present themselves for our young people to take advantage? So very often what happens, we promote these things, we say this is the future, this is where we should go, and yada, yada, yada. But then very oftentimes, we give these people scholarships, they go overseas, they learn, they actually become the best, graduate the highest in their university, and then they come back here to do what? Exactly. So that we need to really have conversations with the young people. We need to have conversations with stakeholders in the industries. We need to understand if it is that we are saying X, Y, Z, then definitely we need to put certain things in place physically to address these needs of the young people. It is not enough anymore, and I would have said it in my address this morning, it's not enough anymore to assume that the young people, are stupid, they don't really know. The young people know exactly what they want. The problem is they don't have the opportunity and the opportunities. Yes, they can go to university, they can get their fancy degrees, as I mentioned before, but what opportunities really exist within Barbados? And certainly that must be addressed. And this might be the opportune time for the Democratic Labour Party to, putting aside politics aside, to reach out to the young people and find out what is it that you really want to do. How can we meet those needs so that we can position ourselves? I say we can position ourselves. To when you take over the government in 2027, maybe I might be prophesying. That you would already have these things in place, or at least have a plan of action. You can't just leave it for 6 months during campaign season to say, I can do this, I can do that, without having plans, actual plans, just not ideas. The young people are not just sold by ideas. They want to see plans. Trust me, the young people are not like when I was much, much younger. They're very, very intelligent. And what I would say as well, and which is very troubling to me, is that we have very creative persons in the creative industry, painters, photographers, etc., who can't really rely on their love and their passion. My love and passion is law. I am able to do that, and I'm grateful that I'm able to do that. But not everybody is me. Not everybody can be me. And we really have to avail young people of the opportunities. And we're right here in Barbados, and we have the advantage of having very close neighbors in St. Lucia, St. Vincent, Dominica, Trinidad. And we need to really exploit that opportunity which exists to export our creativity to these islands. And it can't just necessarily be music. It has to be our painters. It has to be our photographers, our artisans. Those people need to be given, and the young people need to be given an opportunity. And the opportunity exists, and the potential for greatness exists if we can just look in our own back door, on our own backyard rather. So I hope I've sufficiently answered your question. Thank you very much.
Let's give our comrade some time. She's one of our oldest senior athletes. She used to sprint around the stadium like a young girl, but she's getting it on. But nevertheless, welcome, sister.
Good morning to you at the head table. I am here to perform a task that is to boost the young people of St. Michael's South to come out and do what they have to do. And like our elderly, we know how it was and how it is. And I'm inviting you to hold on. I work with at 3 different schools, 2 nursery schools and 1 primary for 27 years. And I am very proud of young people because I just love them. I love them to see the positions they hold, and I have the best wishes for you all. God bless you all, and hope you all to come again. Encourage your friends to come up, and we'll have a nice time. My father put me in this from the time I was 16 years. He always reminded me of voting. Don't touch those lines. I don't forget these times. And I know he will be blessed. He will bless me at this time because he and my mother is deceased now. So we'll be praying to God for all you to shine, watch, listen, and learn. There's a lot of things that we are proud of. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Comrade Green. There was somebody else indicating in the back. Yes, come right up, sir. Oh, Comrade Reggie Hunt.
Good morning to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
First, as a 55-year member of this party, I wish to welcome, is it Mr. or Dr. World?
Mr.
Mr. World. I welcome you, and all that you have said, it does make a lot of sense.
Yeah, you can lower your
I
mask.
am now
Reggie.
going to
Reggie?
ask you this question.
Reggie, just lower your mask, please. Yeah, come on.
I'm now going to ask you the question. Are you willing to be part of this institution to take this country forward?
Oh, Reggie, you can't put him on the spot like that.
You can answer after I say a few more words. It is people like who just spoke before me that help to build this organization. But those of us in this age group, I celebrated my 73rd birthday on Friday. We can't go on forever. But I'll say this, people like us in the grassroots stage is what keep this institution going. You can't run away and then come back when you like and expect that you can get the interest of the body membership of this party. I'm not going to make a speech, but I'll say this. I came here this morning and I voted. And I voted on a principle, not a personality, a principle. And I just proceeded to make my position clear. So, Dr. World, well, Mr. World, I welcome you. I asked about, because you sound so familiar to me, that I had to ask in council a little background on you, but apparently they couldn't find your information. But I can say it now. I don't want it anymore from them. I've gotten it from you. I am impressed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Comrade Reggie. Are there any others? Thank you, comrade.
Good morning, Comrade Chair. Good morning, Mr. World. Good morning, DLP. I, too, want to agree with my comrade Reggie Hank. I, too, voted on principle and morals. After being in this party for all my life, and always defending my party, defending our achievements. We're hearing recently, many of you will know that I am the main man here on brass tacks, defending this party 24/7. They try to cut down the achievements of our comrade Michael Lashley, who by extension I think we should give a round of applause for winning that case that he vigorously dealt with overseas. And I think it was a good achievement on his part, and I would encourage you all to, when you see him, give him that show of support, because I understand he has another one upcoming. And I too have the same question for you, that if you will be a part of this, to help build this, make it stronger, make it more viable, let the people see that we are the better and the onlyest alternative, and hopefully we will be able to bring the people of Barbados out of this political hypnosis and slumber that they are currently in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Comrade Adrian Bascom. If there are no other comments, back to you, Mr. Master of Ceremonies.
Let's give a round of applause once again for the first speaker, Anthony Francis Worrell, presenting a conversation with the youth. At this point of time, I now invite you to sit back as we watch a video presentation.
Always reiterated that cry, although not in the same words, that Bob Marley, another distinguished Caribbean hero, had said in his redemption song, "Emancipate yourselves from mental slavery, for none but ourselves can free our minds."
The Right Excellent Errol Walton Barrow seemed destined to be a leader.
Mischievous, very strong-willed. If he decided to do something, he was doing it.
By the time that he founded the Democratic Labour Party in 1955, he had won the people's support with his outspoken views on industry and regional empowerment.
The threat to societies in the 20th century and this particular phase of the 20th is coming from governments and people who are exercising authority in the name of governments.
The next step for him was independence. Under Errol Barrow's leadership in 1966, Barbados was declared independent and had a massive celebration which was to be remembered for decades to come.
This is a very proud moment in the history of the people of Barbados. I am glad, as I am sure that the members of my government are equally glad, that we were born at a time when we could see this eventful day.
Dr. Lennox Honeychurch, a noted historian, watched the official independence ceremony from a tree on the Garrison Savannah and recreated his memories years later with pen and paint.
It was just an amazing feeling of everybody dancing and chanting, singing. You know, the Merry Men had brought out a song for independence, God Bless Bim on Independence Day.
Errol Barrow, as Prime Minister, introduced free education for all, the National Insurance Scheme, Social Security, and a list of other national benefits.
The introduction of the scheme of hot meals for school children was to make sure that the poor children were not disadvantaged by hunger in comparison with those children whose parents could afford to give them decent and nourishing food.
20 years after independence, and 1 year before his death, Errol Barrow penned the now famous Mirror Image speech, urging greater reflection on the part of Barbadian people. His death in 1987 had a huge impact.
He's a very nice, polite, and decent, all his family.
I was well acquainted with him. For I know my boy was a very nice gentleman. He helped the poor, he helped the rich.
I cry very bad. I feel bad up and up because he was a good man.
You can't replace either pillar that gone. Pillar strength who build. You can't respect, you can't get over the step at all.
So I love Bar bad. Love him nice gentleman. He's a gentleman. And he gone to heaven. Bar gone to heaven.
The tributes that poured after his death continued even until today.
He didn't play high up because, you know, some people they get high up, they remember the poor ones. And from where they come from, he always would tell us, you got to get back to your roots. Regardless of what you get in life, get back to your roots.
Sometimes you're drinking, you will leave with a dollar bill with a shop that you can have a drink.
Fight for integration is the one. I'll give you free education is the one. Poor man champion.
Of course, the memories of Errol Barrow are not as vivid now as they once were.
I don't think that that enough has been said about him.
The man has given us that, a flag, an anthem, a nation citizenship. I am sure he can enter into the joy of his Lord satisfied.
Let's give a round of applause for our first Prime Minister of Barbados. It just shows the talent we have here at the Democratic Labour Party. Wright Ellison and Errol Barrow, Erskine Sandiford, David Thompson, Fandal Stewart. Let's give all of them a round of applause, Prime Ministers of class. I now invite Maxine McLean on stage and Dr. Roseanne Blenman. As we get ready for the second major speech for this morning's session, I now invite Maxine McLean to introduce the next speaker. Let's give a round of applause for Maxine McLean.
Thank you very much, Mr. Master of Ceremonies. Mr. Stephen Blackett, Interim President of this great party, the Democratic Labour Party, members of the Executive and General Councils, featured speakers, Mr. Anthony Francis Worrell and Dr. Roseanne Blenman Abange, members of the Democratic Labour Party, Barbadians in the diaspora who have joined us virtually, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second address of this morning. Your presence here is appreciated. But before I introduce my guest, Dr. Roseanne Blenman Abange, let me say good morning and let me outline for you and contextualize the presentations. President Blackett, reflecting on today's election, was concerned that this extraordinary conference should be remembered for more than the selection of a new president, important as that exercise is. Many of us will spend today at George Street as we await the outcome of the poll. It therefore offers a significant window of opportunity to engage in useful discussions and explore multiple issues as the DLP family. In addition, May 1st has traditionally honored the contributions of workers. Therefore, for me today, it is also an occasion to expand the notion of honoring workers to appreciate our people as a major resource. We must see ourselves as workers or employees and much more. We must see the value of intellectual capital. In doing so, we must also address the importance of innovation, entrepreneurship, ownership, investment, and the many avenues available to Barbadians in this era of uncertainty and change. In so doing, we are able to tap into the theme for today's special conference, embracing our legacy, shaping the future. And we have seen glimpses of both so far. Our guest speaker, Dr. Roseanne Blenman Abange, epitomizes the wealth of talent, knowledge, and ability that characterize many Barbadians and that will have been nurtured as part of the legacy of the DLP. It is my distinct honor and pleasure to introduce you to a young Barbadian woman, and before she's asked the question, let me say she joined this glorious party in 2018. Dr. Rose, as some of us call her affectionately, as I said, is a young Barbadian woman, a scholar, intellectual, entrepreneur, and must I say, a very successful Barbadian, and indeed a global citizen. A scientist by profession, Dr. Rose began her very successful life journey as a brilliant student in our primary and secondary school system. At Queen's College, she received the Scott Shield for valedictorian of the class of 1994 and received awards in A-level geography and arts. I think they say that's using both sides of the brain, left brain, right brain, which not necessarily in that order, but both sides. A Barbadian exhibition winner and recognized in the top 1% of the Cambridge A-level students was a sign of things to come. In 1996, she received a full tuition scholarship to Dillard University Honors Program and graduated in 2000 with a BSc in physics with a perfect 4.0 grade point average. While at Dillard, she also received the Presidential Scholarship for the valedictorian of the class of 2000, receiving awards in physics and mathematics. Between 2000 and 2006, she pursued doctoral studies at the Mayo Clinic Graduate School of Biomedical Sciences and graduated with a PhD in biomedical engineering imaging. This was the start of a professional career that indeed has been stellar. I will try, because I have so many pages, to not take up the time you have to speak, but I would be not doing you justice if I don't share some of this information. Currently, Roseanne is Director, LCI Biomarker Strategy and Portfolio Management at the company Johnson & Johnson. And if you know anything, that is perhaps, based on revenues in 2020, would have been the top big pharma company globally. There she deals with issues such as lung cancer, early detection, and of course at the level of management, strategy, and operations. But that's not all. As I said, she's an intellectual, she's a professional, she's an academic, but she's an entrepreneur. Simultaneously, while doing all of these things, back in October 2011 until now, Roseanne established Roseutics Limited Liability Company, and she's the principal of that company, operating out of Dublin, Pennsylvania. And there she puts all her talents to use, offering services in project and strategic management consulting, financial analysis and visualization, business development and planning. She specializes, as I said, in biomarkers. Before that, of course, she also would have demonstrated her capacity and Bayesian brilliance as an employee of the Merck Research Laboratories as oncology, biomarker, and platform manager from November 2009 to September 2011. She has also been recipient of multiple awards. For example, she has served, and she's all, well, I was going to list all of those things, and I'll specify one. In 2014, she would have received the BIDC Special Technical Assistance Laboratory Space and Agricultural Land Grant. And without taking up too much time, her intention then, as is now I trust, is to utilize her brilliance to develop a line of nutraceuticals using our traditional herbal plants and medicines. I could go on because I recognize that you're anxious to hear from Roseanne. I do not know where she finds the time to do this, but she also volunteers in a number of ways and would have been involved in the several programs, including working with the National Society of Black Engineers, the Society of Women Engineers. She would have also assisted the National Negro College, let me make sure I get it correct. It's a program where black colleges in America seek to build the capacity of persons like herself, and she would have been involved in mentoring selection of persons with potential. As I said, I could go on, but it would perhaps detract from the presentation. It is indeed my honor and pleasure again, and I make no apologies for taking the time for partially introducing a young lady who I want to become like when I grow up. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Dr. Roseanne Blenman Abange.
Good morning, and thank you. Good morning, good morning, good morning. It is an honor to be here, I have to say. I am sure that my father, who is a very staunch DLP supporter, is looking down on me right now and dancing in heaven. He loved Errol Barrow. How many? I said 5. I should have said 100. Loved. So it was pretty bad how much he loved Errol Barrow. Well, pretty good, but you know what I mean. So as a child growing up, most of my friends had a picture of Jesus or some biblical saying hanging above their kitchen table. But in my household, we had a very large photo of Errol Barrow. Every time my mother would take it down, because she would be trying to lively up the decor, right? It looked like that one. So just imagine that one hanging in your kitchen table year after year after year. So she would try to spruce up the place a little bit and take it down. And then very next day, it would seem like my dad had found an even bigger photo to hang in place of whatever it is she put up. So my dad loved Errol Barrow. So it's truly my pleasure and honor to be here with you today, especially for what we all know is a rather momentous occasion as the DLP rebrands, refocuses, and repositions itself to take Barbados to the next level. Next, please. So meet my 2 daughters. Well, not yet. There you go. Meet my 2 daughters. Also 2 staunch supporters, like my dad. This photo was taken when we first moved back to Barbados in 2014. We moved in 2014, but this was taken in 2017 at the 50th anniversary of independence in Bridgetown in Barbados. It was a school night, the girls got ready, and I said to them, but you're not gonna be able to wake up for school in the morning. And the 2 of them, imagine, 5 and 7, one said, but Mom, Errol Barrow is really important. The other one said, yeah, and independence was really important. And this is our country too, Mommy. So with that, we went, and there they are in their glowing headpieces, because it was in the dark, and we were crossing the bridge, and I didn't want to lose them, and they had a grand old time. So those are my 2 fierce nationalists, and I'm sure they will be a part of the DLP as they get older. So today I was asked to come here and talk about what I see in Barbados' future. We have 2 prophets already. This one is prophesying that we're winning in 2027, And Minister Blackett is prophesying that our young comrade here is going to join and take us there, right? So I was asked to talk very specifically on scientific innovation because I have been broadly exposed to scientific innovation through my work at Mayo Clinic and Merck and now at Johnson & Johnson. And essentially, as I have worked throughout Barbados and the Caribbean and the US in my consulting capacity, I have seen a lot, done a lot, and hopefully am able to do a lot more. I am a budding CEO mom. I've been an entrepreneur trying to establish businesses here in Barbados as well as the US. And to be very honest with you, this is personal. I moved back to Barbados in 2014 to start a medtech company here. And I want to lay it right out and say I failed. It was a colossal failure. And as all entrepreneurs who are passionate about entrepreneurship and like myself, passionate about STEM or science, technology, engineering, and mathematics entrepreneurship, you keep going. Even when you fail, you get up and you go again. And just like I have gotten up, and over I have tried at different things and different businesses, and in my effort to create a legacy for my family and to contribute to Barbados, I would anticipate that as I share with you today, and I share some of the things that I've learned through my successes and through my failures, that we will be able to see together, all of us in this room and watching us online, we will be able to imagine a Barbados, a different Barbados, a Barbados that leverages innovation to jump the curve, to jump where we are right now and go to a place where few of us could even imagine. Next slide. We were long supposed to be on the next slide, sorry. It also looks like the font has changed quite a bit. All right, so advance again, please. So I'm going to use the top 10 format for this speech. And this idea I stole from one of my role models, Guy Kawasaki. He's like a Apple hero, evangelist, whatever you want to call him. And he uses the top 10 format essentially because, as I have also experienced, we listen to a lot of tech talks. And to be quite frank, most tech talks suck. I mean, they're really bad. So the brilliant thing about this format is the audience gets to track the progress of your speech. And if they think you suck, at least they'll know how much longer you'll suck. So this is my first point, and that is that Barbados must emulate the star. Now, for the slide that we didn't see, it was essentially showing the title of my talk, which is Barbados, Sky to Sea of Stars. And as I walk through my presentation to you today, you will see why I chose that title as I go slide by slide, showing you how I developed the idea that Barbados is a star in its own right, and we can leverage our sea of stars, our local stars, worldwide talent, and stars in our diaspora to get where we want to go. So my point number one is that Barbados must emulate the star. Now, what are stars? Stars are bodies that are self-luminous and energy-producing. And those are the two key points that I pull out. We know they shine in the sky, they twinkle at night. For those of you who are scientists, there's nuclear fusion going on inside, gas is burning. But for today, what I wanted to focus on is the fact that they are self-luminous and energy-producing. And just like stars, our future Barbados must be self-reliant and have high productivity. You see, innovation economies have governments that create conditions where there is easy access to capital and labor, and there is high productivity. So we have some work to do in Barbados. Barbados has some archaic labor laws that I know a lot of you will probably not like what I have to say about our archaic labor laws, but I think that it's important for us to tell the truth to each other and to speak truth to power, and then try to achieve the excellence that we need to achieve to get us to that next level. So our archaic labor laws are actually rewarding mediocrity. Many people in this room agree, and some of you probably would disagree. But I think that an innovation economy needs to move to a place where even our labor force is focused on performance and meritocracy. It's not about entitlement. It's not about how long you were there or who your friends are or just whatever permutation or combination makes us stay in this endless inertia. We have to fight this inertia, right? Because all of us are excellent. You know, we look at our hospitals, we see the doctors, they're working in the hospital, they have their private practice. In their private practice, they're brilliant, but maybe sometimes you can't find them at the hospital because they're in their private practice being brilliant. You know, we have nurses who maybe are so underpaid and unappreciated that they're doing 3 jobs. They're the nurse at the hospital, and then they're brilliant in their catering business or moonlighting at night in nursing agencies across Barbados. So my point is not that Barbadians are mediocre. My point is that we must start rewarding excellence so that everywhere that Barbadians show up, we can be excellent because we are being incentivized to excellence. So if you know your workmate backsliding, there's a consequence for that, right? And we're not continuing to pay that backslider just because, oh, he was there for 25 years and his aunt got him the job and just whatever the reason. We must be rewarding people based on their performance and their merit. We must also be intentional about the curricula in our schools and training and upskilling our workforce. No innovation economy can do without that. And no one must be left behind. Because this is not about, you know, making this person over here lose their job so that this person over here could do a different type of job. This is about bringing everybody forward in better paying jobs, in more skilled, more value, delivering more and more and more and more, so that they do better, and as a country, we do better. So, to the point that Barbados must emulate the star, we also have to modify existing regulations to support easier access to capital and labor and make it easier to do business, right? No innovation economy is innovative without that. So, to your point, let's engage the young people. Let's ask them what they want. Let's use those buzzwords in our talks, and let's talk about all the different technologies and innovation we can do. But how are we creating the conditions right here in Barbados so that those very young people can actually leverage their skills and do right? So we could talk, but how are we creating conditions so that they can do? And that starts by modifying existing regulations so that we make it easy to do business, we make it easy to access capital, we make it easy to access labor, and we end up crafting a different fate for our country, Barbados. Next slide, please. All right, so I'm to slide number 2. You know, we got this and 8 more to go. And like I said, you're gonna track with me and you'll know how much more of me you have to take as I go through this. So my point number 2 is Barbados must maintain its status. But you notice I said maintain, because we're already a star. We're already shining bright in this region, right? But we can't be complacent, because as the tech people say, innovate or die, okay? Innovate or die, literally, all right? If all of you were like me long time ago and it was all about Blackberries and Blackberry pins, Blackberry knows what happens when you don't innovate, you die, okay? If you are currently a WhatsApp user, all right, and you used it maybe 10 years ago when it was mostly free and now it's been taken over by Facebook, Facebook is innovating because we all use WhatsApp. And as a part of their innovation and their evolution, they are buying up companies that everybody, global citizens, right? They are leveraging us. Eventually, you'll start getting ads on WhatsApp. Just, what's today? Mark my word. WhatsApp, you will start getting advertisements because Facebook is going to need to figure out how to monetize what they're currently offering us as a free service. But my point is that every successful company or brand that we know that has lasted through the test of time, they are here today because they innovated. The ones that you no longer hear about, dead and gone because they didn't, okay? Now, so as I thought about this, and I thought about my theme, it's a sky full of stars, and Barbados is a star shining bright, right? Brightest star in the region, that's Barbados. And I'm thinking, well, okay, so we already shine bright, but what do we have to do to maintain that status as the brightest star in the region? And then, how do we even differentiate ourselves so that when you think of Barbados, you think of something? Because in a sky full of stars, we're not the only star there. St. Lucia's trying to shine brighter, Jamaica's trying to shine brighter, Trinidad is trying. We're all trying to be the brightest star. And today, we just happen to be the brightest, or at least according to us in Barbados, we're the brightest, right? We're the brightest star. So the idea then is, how do we continue to differentiate ourselves so we continue to be the brightest? And how do we make it so that when you think of Barbados, you think of something? So let's do an exercise. Think of Germany. Think of German cars. Think of China. Think of manufacturing, cheap goods. Think of Barbados. What do you think of? We think of people, and we get to that in a subsequent slide. But my question today is that based on this idea that we innovate or die, can we only continue to think about people into perpetuity and be the brightest? we have to start thinking about what industry or set of industries will we strive to be best in class, so that when you think Barbados, people, and something else. Because that something else is what's going to take us to the next level. Next slide, please. So my point number 3. Barbados must first leverage what we already have. All right? And the concept here is lowest hanging fruit. Leverage what you have, build from strength to strength, and get to another place after you've picked your lowest hanging fruit. You've harvested your lowest hanging fruit. You're seeing gains from your lowest hanging fruit. And then you do the next, the next, the next. So I actually did this exercise with myself. What do we have in abundance in Barbados? The first image, sorry, I'm not sure if you can see that more clearly than I can, but the first image is of a man with a spade, and that signifies our agriculture, right? Land-based agriculture. The next photo over would be nets, our fisheries industry. We get to something that we have in abundance, green monkeys. We got those in abundance. We have lots of sunshine. We have wind. We have waves. We have a financial services industry that's very strong. We have culture, and we have the hospitality industry, what we all know as our tourism product. So when I did this exercise, these were the ones that rose to the top for me. The ones that I said could easily be our lowest hanging fruit for those industries that we focus on first: agriculture, areas of manufacturing, and our service industries. Next slide, please. All right, so let's start talking about agriculture. How can Barbados innovate in the space of agriculture? Now, young people know about everything smart: smartphones, smart TV, smart this, smart that, right? There will come a day where your fridge will tell you, but Mavis, you ain't buy mayonnaise recently, you don't eat potato salad anymore, and your blood pressure medication, you've not ordered it. There will come a day where your fridge will tell you, I'm sorry, but we are not putting mayonnaise on your list at Massey because the doctor said that you need to use low-fat products. Your fridge, okay? And there will be another day where your fridge will talk to your phone and tell you that there's a burglar in your house. That day is coming. Again, May 1st, 2022, mark my words. Right now, I have a fridge in Pennsylvania that has a screen. It's linked to my phone. The screen turns into a camera that shows me what's in my fridge. It's connected to Google, Amazon. I can order Amazon orders. So that technology is here right now. But where it's not gotten is that artificial intelligence hasn't yet figured out, or maybe they have, just not on my fridge. But soon they will pair my data with my pharmacy to my data on my fridge. That's when I'll be getting the reminders that I've not filled this prescription or that. They'll pair, the lights in your house, which it can already do, but it's through different apps. But the point is that everything is smart today. And even with agriculture, we have to get smarter. Innovation in agriculture means using sensors It means using automation, but not just any sensor and any automation. Smart sensors and smart automation that's driven by data. And I talk about data later on another slide. But data is essentially the future of the world. And guess what? You could decide that you're not getting on the data train, and you will just get left behind. That's as simple as it is. Your information, your personal information, public information, financial information, you name it, government records, court records, your criminal history, whether you got a ticket yesterday speeding, all of that is currently accessible online in the USA. And government agencies, it's not a conspiracy, it's all true, government agencies and other private sector companies mine that data to figure out what to sell you or how to keep their citizens secure. So the thing about it is that the data train, okay, is a train that you either get on or you get left behind. Next slide, please. All right, so innovation in manufacturing, and remember, we're only talking our lowest hanging fruit. And when I thought about it, Barbados has wind, sun, and waves. Anybody could tell me what I thought of? Energy, right? Clean energy. Harvesting the wind. Remember times of old when there were windmills on every hill? They were onto something. Solar power, right? We heat our water today with solar power heating. And the idea is that if you can harvest enough energy from the sun, whether by putting grills on your roof, right, to power your home usage, or we invest in solar farms so that we can become less dependent on gas and oil, then that's a conversation that maybe Barbados needs to have at the governmental level and at the very local level, where as citizens we can participate in energy production. The next thing is waves. All right, on the east coast of Barbados, we have enough wave action to power a small city. Let me say that again. On the east coast of Barbados, we have enough wave action to power a small city. So as I'm thinking, we got lots of wind, we got plenty sun, and we have waves, then, and I'm not saying it's easy, but what is the next step for energy production in Barbados? Can we innovate in this space and leverage green energy in Barbados in a way that maybe we never thought we could, by empowering citizens with tax incentives to contribute to the energy grid, by empowering businesses to create solar farms to reduce our dependence on oil and gas? Just food for thought. Food for thought. Next slide, please. Next up is our service sector. Culture, okay? The lady with the wrapped head, that was my image of culture in Barbados. We know about our entertainment industry, and we know that there's a lot of tourism around visitors coming to Barbados to consume our cultural projects. The question is, how do we monetize that? How do we make it so that Barbados becomes wealthier from our music, from our artistry, whether it's visual or performance? Do we have young people who are into NFTs, non-fungible tokens? Online now, where people sell art for millions of dollars as a digital image? Do we have global citizens in Barbados leveraging the internet and leveraging NFTs for our cultural product? Just food for thought. But that's an area of innovation where all it takes is a computer. Okay? No big spend, just a computer and a brilliant mind as far as what it is you're going to sell and how you're going to create the demand for that cultural product that you're selling. My next point, the green monkeys, my friends, not your friends, my friends, is their use in the biomedical field. So when I was at Merck, oh, I probably shouldn't say that. When I was working at a previous company, we did studies, and I myself did studies on Alzheimer's disease in rhesus monkeys. Now, Barbados has the green monkey, which is a very close relative to African monkeys, rhesus monkeys. And there was a time where, now I did non-invasive imaging, which means my monkeys don't die, right? We treat them well, they live forever. I studied disease in their brains and see how their brains age and if it was similar to human aging, and it was fun stuff. Like, my science was very humane, so I just want to put that out there. But there was a point in time where there was a monkey shortage. And I said to my lab manager, well, we got plenty monkeys in Barbados. And I learned that we had started buying monkeys, one monkey, for $1,000 each. Now, I know some of you have monkeys in your backyards like I do. And in my backyard alone, that's probably like $100,000, right? So the idea is using what we have as very limited natural resources and considering other ideas for how we can leverage right now what I think most people view as pests in a humane way and to our advantage. For our financial services industry, there's a lot of talk around about blockchain technology and fintech, and the fact that Barbados is actually very well poised to develop those sectors. But again, I think the point is, what are we doing to create the conditions to make it possible for those businesses to flourish? And then with hospitality and tourism, how are we innovating our tourism product? You know, this is one of my pet peeves, okay? So we all know Barbadian history. We were the first stop on the slave route, right? Came from Africa, stopped to Barbados, freshened up the slaves, gave them lots of vegetables and fruits to make their skin healthy and clean after you were laying in the holds of the ships. We know about the history of Barbados and us being the first stop on a transatlantic journey, at least after the journey. And I've been struggling since I came back to Barbados and got involved with sailing at a club that Arrobarro founded, the Barbados Cruising Club. And I've been struggling with this idea that we used to be the first stop, but now we're the last stop. We're not even a stop. Like, we don't even factor in sailing. I mean, serious sailors, right? And we don't actually attract the caliber of sailors and sailing that we could, because after all, we are a star. So there's no reason why we shouldn't leverage Carlisle Bay and leverage the Deepwater Harbor and Shallow Draft and all of our facilities in better ways. So how do we innovate so that when you think of Barbados, you think of yachting? How do we innovate so that when you think of Barbados, you don't necessarily think of lots of cruise ships, but maybe you think of high earning, high net worth, long stay visitors who have come here to work and will spend their money, right? They might not be paying income tax, but they'll pay VAT, they'll pay sales, they'll pay duties, they'll pay customs, because they're living and working here and they're contributing to our economy. Next slide, please. So when we have picked the lowest hanging fruit, where can we go, right? That's the next question. Where can we go after we've touched on agriculture, we dealt with fishing, we fixed up tourism a little bit, and we upgraded energy, and we're beginning to see the gains. We're seeing progress. Where can we go? Well, that's when we start thinking about digital health. That's when we start thinking about fintech and electronics manufacturing and empowering our people by introducing them as diverse populations in clinical trials. Now, when I say that, I don't want anybody to shudder and say, oh, they're going to be testing drugs on Bajans, right? They always like to go to, certain countries, third world countries, to test their drugs. We're not going there. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is that right now, in the global pharmaceutical industry, there is recognition that drugs are being made for majority populations. And when I say majority, I'm not talking about the majority population of Barbados. I'm talking about the majority populations of the US and Europe. And what they're finding is that there is unmet medical need in countries, in regions, on continents, where the emphasis has not been there before, and they want to correct the past. So I'm not talking about drug testing and vaccine testing and using people as guinea pigs. I'm talking about a concerted partnership, a concerted effort around increasing the diversity in medical care, increasing access to health for our communities, and ensuring that our chronic diseases like diabetes and high blood pressure are addressed in meaningful, sustainable ways. My last point on this, transportation and logistics, and I think this is one of my favorites. Even though I'm in the medical field, I think transportation and logistics is one of my favorites, and let me tell you why. So I talked about Barbados being the first stopping point when you cross the Atlantic from Africa, and that was the slave trade. That's not going on anymore, so it's not relevant. But could you imagine with me a world where we get our products like vegetables and fruit and certain products from Africa? Can you imagine that world? That would fully disrupt the supply chain. That would fully disrupt the US and European economic model. If we started doing trade with Africa and started bringing ships across the ocean the same way our ancestors came across the ocean on big liners with containers, disruptive. But exactly where we want to go and exactly how we should be thinking. So the idea is you bring your fruits and vegetables from there, you bring certain minerals and certain raw materials from there. How are we innovating in Barbados and in the region? How are we thinking differently about getting to that next place? Next slide, please. All right, so I'm beginning to wind down, and I'm going to leave you with probably some of the more important things that I've talked about today. The idea of leveraging big data and getting on the data train. Now, these bullets that I have up here are very specific to how government can use data to make our lives better. But of course, private sector can use data to be like Facebook and Google and Apple and, sell products to us better. So this is not for the private sector. This is very government-centric. How government can use data to make our lives better. And the idea, again, this is not about stealing your data. This is about ethical usage of data to make our lives better, to create value and impact in a meaningful way in Barbados like we've never seen before. So what are some of the ways? We can leverage it in public health. We can leverage it in consumer protection. We all have been to a store in Barbados where we felt like we needed some justice. Okay? Data helps in situations like that. We can use it for public safety, keeping Joe Public safe. We can use it as we track climate change and the changes in our environment in Barbados, from soil to rain to wind to whatever you want to track. It's trackable, and as long as it's measurable, we can mine it, we can use it. And finally, all the public services, I would say all, 100% of them, that you get to stand up in a line for 2 hours, and any service that you need to stand up in a line for 2 hours or more, we can leverage online platforms and we can leverage data. But the thing about it is those very public services where you fill out a form and people are filing paper, and when we get to the digitalization of that, that's when we can start using the data from our citizens and really ensuring that the services we're offering are the services that they need. If you have a stack of paper, who's going through that stack to tell you what percentage of people came for welfare and how many bought macaroni elbows with their money? Who's going through that paper to answer that question? But if we digitize and we are able to mine data, there are so many questions that we can answer about what, as citizens in Barbados, we care about and what will be most impactful to our communities. Next slide, please. Our infrastructure. Something that we take for granted. You flick the light switch, electricity comes on. Very seldom we have an outage. I know there was a time where we went for 2 days and Barbadians were losing their minds. I know I was losing my mind, right? Because we have gotten so accustomed to flicking our switch and the electricity coming on, the Wi-Fi powered up. For those of you who have kids, just turn off the Wi-Fi, right? And you see them coming from all the holes, like, what happened, Wi-Fi off. So the thing about it is that we cannot take simple things like electricity, utilities, our roads, our transport system, our telecommunication networks, and industrial spaces, places for people to do all this fantastic innovation. We can't take any of it for granted. Because here's what. Nobody ain't want to come to your shabby island to do work though. If you can maintain Wi-Fi, no need apply. If you can make sure that when I bring in my fancy car that I ain't blah, 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 through the potholes, don't worry, right? So the point is we take our infrastructure for granted, but we shouldn't. And then the next point is, let us maintain the infrastructure so that we can support the innovative economy that we want. We cannot have innovation without basic infrastructure, all right? And I have made it to my last slide. Next slide, please. So my point number 10, our commitment to people, our commitment to retaining and attracting talent. And this isn't just any old talent, all right? Because innovative economies don't get there with just any old talent. I just have to put it out there, right? Like, you know, we can't get there without the best and the brightest. So to think that we can get to the next level without leveraging our excellent people, our stars, our sea of stars, the ones that have essentially left Barbados and are spread in the world, the ones that are living in Barbados and just ready and raring to go, the idea that we can get to an innovative economy without leveraging our sea of stars is simply ludicrous. Okay, so we have to maintain a commitment to attracting whomever we need to do what we need. And if it's in an area of the low-hanging fruit, let's pick fishing. And there's some technology in Alaska or some person wherever, I don't know, in South America who's doing it better than we are. We have to be okay with bringing that technology and bringing that person to Barbados to learn from them. No longer do we know it all. I know Barbadians are proud people. I'm a proud Bajan. And what I also know after I returned here in 2014 is that, first let me make the disclaimer. I know that we come back and we think we know it all, right? I know that we come back and we're like really pushy, like, no, you got to do this, and no, you're doing it wrong, no. I know that that's how we come back. I've been here for 7 years now, and I think I've tempered that a little bit. And even though I use words today like we must, that's only in the context of me trying to imagine a future for Barbados. But with that said, let's give Jack his jacket, as my old folk in my family would say. Let's give Jack his jacket. When they come back with those skills, leverage them. When they're talking a lot and they think they know everything, they probably do. Okay? Because the exposure that our young people are getting in the US and Europe is not going to be had here in Barbados. I can assure you that. And I'm not saying that Barbadian companies are lousy. That's not what I'm saying. Because I've been saying that Barbadians are excellent and we are stars. But what I'm saying is, for us to get to an innovative economy, we have to be able to do this. Arms wide open to whomever we need to get that job done. It could be a Bajan like me, daughter of the soil, who lived and lives and still kind of lives in the US. It could be people who want to stay abroad but send in their investments. It could be people who are Bajans and want to move back. It could be regional people, other Caribbean people. It could be expats bringing companies, expats moving here to work or live. It could be anything, anyone. But we need to be able to do this and welcome the people we need to get where we need to go. So, I know I've been talking a lot. I just wanted to leave you with the idea that when we stop and think, in a sky of stars, where Barbados is but one star, currently shining bright, but not guaranteed to always be the brightest unless we innovate. How do we differentiate ourselves in this region and in the world so that when you think of Barbados, you think of something? You think of our people and you think of something. What industries will we move forward in which we will be best in class? How will we leverage talent through our diaspora communities where they can transfer resources, knowledge, technology, money? How are we going to allow them to contribute to our economic and social development and ensure that we are maximizing their impact? Because they want to help, just like I came back to help. Diaspora communities want to help, but we have to create the conditions, create the frameworks, legal and otherwise, to accept their investments. Not foreign direct investment, but an alternative investment nonetheless. We have to make it possible for our best and brightest to come back and or give back, right? And finally, with this innovation economy that we would have created for ourselves, like the star, self-luminous, self-reliant, energy-producing, productive people, right? We must be single-minded. We must be focused. We cannot listen to naysayers. We must be brave, bold, and most importantly, bodacious. Thanks for your attention.
Let's give a round of applause once more again. The presentations this morning at the Democratic Labour Party is of excellence. Don't you think so? DLP made some noise. Do you think so? Two young people doing excellent presentations. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Now hand over now to Maxine McLean that would invite persons for any question and answer segment.
Okay, Thank you very much. And let me just also caution that we are constrained by time, but we must hear some questions. So I recognize, I think, Jeff, you had your hand up. But while Jeff is going to the mic, I want to very quickly say thank you to Roseanne for a presentation in which she offered us in easily understood and digestible fashion a very comprehensive discussion covering both diagnosis and solutions recommendations. So thank you again. Over to you, Jeff.
All right, good morning.
It's now afternoon.
Sorry, afternoon. I'm very excited this morning for two things. Both speakers this morning spoke on a subject that is so dear to my heart. I came out of a renewable energy background. My last working experience was at a renewable company, which we started here in Barbados in 2006. And I have done a lot of things in renewable energy, travel across the United States, training and doing things like that. And so renewable energy is something that I would die for, close to my heart. I remember in 2011, the Barbados Central Bank had a conference at Sherburne Center, and we were talking about a lot of things, and renewable energy was one of the things that we were talking about. I approached the present manager of the Barbados Light and Power, asking him why we can't put farms in certain areas. Well, he gave me a real stupid answer, and I don't even want to mention it this morning. But you know, in a year and a half, Light and Power started a farm in St. Lucie. And I said to myself, so why he can answer my question when I ask it? So my question this morning to you is, do you think that the monopoly company that we have in Barbados called Barbados Light and Power should be the persons to start solar farms and production of solar energy in the island, or that we ourselves, individuals who have knowledge of it, can go ahead and get the finance, if we can get the finance to start it. One of the other things that a lot of us don't know, that the farm that was built in St. Lucie, there were no Barbadian workers on it. They brought people in here to work on setting that farm when we had the technology. And I mean, I've seen solar technologies all across the United States. If you drive into Las Vegas, sitting on the left-hand side of the plane, you can count. Well, I started to count the windmills in the valley, in the desert, which was powering in Las Vegas. And I got to 32 and stopped, right? Couldn't count no more. There's a farm in, the solar farm in California that powers 40,000 houses. 40,000, that perhaps is the whole population of Barbados, right? But my question again, do you think that the monopoly, Barbados Light and Power, should be the people to be doing this?
Did you want to answer that? So, yeah, that's a loaded question. Very good question. So I am not actually advocating that we should dismantle a monopoly. But what I would like to say is that monopolies do not exist in innovation economies. I said that like a politician, right?
Yes. You can start practicing now. Okay. Let me just remind us that we're going to have to wrap up in about 10 minutes maximum to keep things on board. So bear that in mind. Go ahead, Paulette.
Okay. Thank you. People mention solar. I want to mention marijuana. My background is health. And why I want to mention marijuana, it has been tested on Barbadians up and down this country, white and black. I could tell you where to go and find the white ones that are smart, that don't get locked up. I could tell you. I just want to tell you now, but that is a fact. Therefore, my view, my vision is that if they have tested it, lived through it, you see what medication they may need or may not need. They get put in prison for it. They've done the time and the crime, if you call it a crime. My thing is that just like how when the old men that used to make up the little liquor and drink it and it was against the law then, but now it is socially accepted that if no other group is thinking about it, this party needs to be looking at how we can make marijuana legal for all and sundry. Now, you could bring as much rum as you want, I ain't gonna drink any, right? I would put it in my cake, but I'm not going to drink it. I'm making the point that those things are useful, but we have to have a new mindset. So that is my thing on marijuana. My other thing is, what is there for the elderly? Because it is all right to speak about the youth, and yes, the youth needs to be going forward. But we in the vanguard also need to know, so there have to be systems put for the elderly. I'll give you an example. I went to a particular institution just recently, and because I know that they asked you one security question, I thought, as soon as I gave them my ID card, I started to answer what I thought would be the security question, because by then my brain has switched now to what I really come about. But then the officer asked me a second security question, and I answered that, and then I switched again, and then they asked a third. So me being me, paused and said, how many security questions do you intend to ask me? But I had custom coming in here probably before you got the job, and now you are asking me 4 or 5 security when I trying to get this job, when I try not to stand in the line to get out. So it is those things that we have to look to when we are fashioning whatever it is to get that sorted. The other question in terms of your innovation, I think, it is what is to be done for, with, to, whatever is the preposition you want to put, for workers who still in this day, 6 men would go to dig a hole, 1 in the hole and 5 standing up giving instructions. I trying to work out what's to be done about that. And in terms of Barbados being committed to attracting and retaining, I understand where you're going to. I come from over and away too. No, I born and bred here, but I leave and went over and away. And when I came back, the simple thing that I mentioned, and I said, well, why are we still doing this? And the response was, you think that because you come from over and away that you know, right? And so those are mindsets that we have to work on. But I want to hear what is your input.
Thank you. So to the comment on marijuana, I fully agree. I would say, though, that as a scientist, I believe in rigorous testing and not anecdotal evidence. And so right now, as far as using marijuana to treat various ailments and illnesses, there aren't any actual robust studies, clinical studies, validated studies, where any group has presented evidence to support the use of marijuana, say to treat pain and cancer, and all the other ailments and illnesses that we know, people are using marijuana for medicinal purposes. So I think Barbados is actually uniquely poised to be that center for that study, right? If we have enough scientists and pharmacologists and other people who are willing to characterize the marijuana that they're using to treat so that we know exactly what we're using, the components and chemical properties, etc. And we can design and conduct clinical trials that would be accepted by the scientific community across the world. Then I would be 100% in support of the DLP or a government in Barbados supporting the legalization of marijuana for safe usage. To your point of policies for the elderly, I know it's very easy for young people to think of young people, right? That's the natural tendency, but I'm actually not that young, so I'll be thinking of grannies and whatever, because I'll probably soon be one myself. I think that it is right that we need to have a balanced approach. And one of the things that I neglected to mention as I was ending is that innovation economies evolve over time, right? It's the policies and the systems and the infrastructure and whatever that you build today that gets you to the sustainable economy 20 and 40 years down the line. So this is not a job for the faint-hearted. This is a job for young people who are committed to seeing Barbados go on a different trajectory. But without going off tangent too much, the young and the old, I think, benefit from innovation. I spoke a lot about health and the ways that we can innovate health in Barbados. And I believe that our older population stand to benefit from a lot of the healthcare innovation that is necessary in Barbados. I also think that our older people stand to benefit from a simple modification in labor laws that would stop those 5 men digging the hole, 1 in the hole and the 4 watching. We would be able to pass by and call a hotline and say, Minister Burke, MTW is on Pine right now. There are 4 men standing up, 1 man in the hole. We need this corrected. And by going to a place where we reward the man in the hole and find 4 more men who would dig a hole is the way that we get to that place of excellence. Because those 4 men are not afraid to lose their jobs. That's why they stand at the side of the hole. Because they know their paycheck will be there at the next government payroll date, right? But the point is not to make people lose jobs. The point is to incentivize excellence and hard work. The type of hard work that I saw in my parents' generation, and the type of hard work that I think a lot of young people it's like they've lost the connection to what it means to work hard and to sacrifice. Delayed gratification, all those things are like foreign to the instant gratification age that we are now in. But a lot of the archaic systems that we maintain then ensure that even the young people are allowed to be mediocre, right? Because they're not being rewarded for their performance and for their merit.
Okay, we will have to take the third. Now, let me just quickly say that we have to wrap up in 5 minutes or so. And I saw one additional hand, sorry, that is Tyrone Boyce. So go ahead with your question and hopefully not a long comment.
Good afternoon to everyone, and a special good afternoon to the members of the head table. I have 2 questions, but I'll just ask one question to Dr. Roseanne in the interest of time. The question is, what is one value of yours that has kept you grounded throughout all your stellar accomplishments? And after that response, I would just like to quickly ask Mr. Francis Worrell a question that I missed. It was, do you currently work with young people, and in what specific ways?
Thank you very much. I was actually going to give way to the lady as a true gentleman. Certainly apart from being a Christian and being a member of the church, certainly in terms of setting up my scholarship fund and benefiting children transitioning from primary to secondary school, certainly being a mentor associated with the UWI Cave campus, I've been able to, for many years, impact the lives of young people. And that is separate and apart. Thank you. And that is separate and apart from my profession as an attorney at law. You have to understand that not very often all of my clients happen to be affluent businessmen or big corporate companies. Sometimes I do work, admittedly, and for free, of course. This is not meant to be an advertisement. For those young people who may find themselves on the wrong side of the law, sometimes young people even come to me just for guidance, just to ask for help. How do I do this? How do I achieve that? I'm also able, at the community level, because I play a lot of cricket, I didn't make it to the West Indies team. And neither did I make it to the Lodge School team. But certainly, excuse me, certainly I was able to make it to my tape ball team. And I have been able, through mentorship, through being able just to speak to the young people, to offer encouragement to them and to offer guidance. You know, the young people, as I said in my address, are an important resource. They are very necessary to the future development of this nation. And if we may, to utilize Dr. Roseanne's presentation, we have to be able to balance, well, or at least aim for innovation and incorporate our young people by giving them the opportunities. If not, we'll suffer from brain drain, which unfortunately is the case right now.
So I'll make my comment very short. I think the value that I hold most dear would be humility. I try to be humble. It's a battle sometimes, because obviously you have introductions like this one and you start feeling like, oh yeah, I might have made it. But I try to be humble and daily remind myself that I am blessed, I need to be grateful, and there are always people out there who will be better, who will be lesser. It's not about comparing myself, it's just about doing my best.
Thank you very much. And this is our final contribution, and then we are forced to wrap up because we resume at 2.
All right, protocol have been established. I just want to say good morning to the family Democrat Labour Party. You know, after listening, I joined this party in 1975, and I struggle to remember when last I heard two young people that tickled my palate the way that two of you all are tickled this morning. I want to start by, after listening to Comrade World, I will almost address you as I say Comrade World already. But for the sake of time, I want to really concentrate on Comrade this time, Roseanne. I am into refrigeration air conditioning. I've done some training in Barbados and down the island as it pertains to global warming and climate change and the use of refrigerants that are causing a lot of trouble. That's why I was so particularly interested in what you were saying. And I'm also involved in a company that's involved in smart technology. That's one of the arms of my company. And for the sake of time, I just want the question I would really want like to ask you where you, 'cause I always struggle with this. You talk about developing and maintaining talent in Barbados, a small economy as Barbados. How would you advise us that we can develop this talent? Like this, and there's a lot of talent now in the changing world. But how can we, as a small developing country, maintain this talent? Because a lot of our young people, as Camaraderie says, has done a lot of training in Canada and different places, but when they come back here, there's no jobs available. So I think it's going to be very difficult for we, because Barbados has a number of young people that are extremely bright. How can we maintain that talent pool in Barbados?
Sorry. Just before Dr. Roseanne answers, will the driver of MB69 just move your vehicle? Thank you.
How do we maintain the talent? So I think it starts by creating conditions in Barbados where the young, the old, and the in-between can leverage any skill that they have to do what they want to do as far as like a business enterprise or whatever. So it's creating an environment that fosters innovation. And when I say that, what does that mean? It's a framework that encompasses a legal perspective, so changing laws and modifying regulations that make it hard to do business in general, and then easing access and making it easier to do business in these areas that, say, the DLP government of, 2027 will identify as the top industries that we are supporting. And I think that for, in the context of the elections that are happening today, this work starts now. I fully agree with you, Minister Francis, that it's not 6 months before the election on the campaign trail that we need to hear about all these innovative things that we're going to do. It's right now that we start building the relationships. It's right now that we reach out to the diaspora. It's right now that we start lining up those investments so that as soon as you hit in 2027, you hit the ground running, right? So it actually starts now. What are the laws that we need to pull back? What are the ones that we need to change? What are the regulations that affect banking? That is the reason why we only have 4 banks, most of them Canadian. Why does a Bajan not own a bank yet? Right? So we start asking those questions and we say, how do we get from 4 banks to 400? Because 400 banks means that you've created access to capital. 4 banks means that you still got to go in there and meet with the loan manager and show them your mortgage papers and sign away a house, and very traditional banking models. But we want to create an environment where capital venturists can come here and feel comfortable, and really create an environment that fosters the kind of entrepreneurship and innovation that we want to see.
On that note, and I think that is an excellent end, I want to thank both of our speakers, Mr. Anthony Francis Worrell and Dr. Roseanne Blennon Abange, for what to me have been 2 very stimulating presentations. And I will be bold to suggest, given the time constraints, that we can invite both of our speakers if the new president agrees to continue a program that we've had virtually to participate in our virtual discussion series on the many issues that were raised today. In order to keep things on time, I ask that when we will break for lunch now, but I ask that you be back to commence at 2 p.m.
At this point in time, Maxine McLean, we are going to just show a slight video presentation, and then we will hand over for lunch.
I'm sorry about that, yes. Okay, so when we come back, we will have Mr. Carlos Ford and Professor the Most Honorable Eugene Barreto as our next speakers. Thank you very much and enjoy the presentation. We will step away from the head table back to the floor. Thank you.
Former Prime Minister Sir Lloyd Erskine Sandiford has called for patience as the country weathers ongoing economic challenges. He was speaking on Saturday night at a special dinner hosted in his honor at the centre which bears his name. Sir Lloyd was heavily criticized as he led the country during the financial challenges of the early 1990s. Many of his policies are now celebrated.
I wish to refer to the time that I have spent in education and the time that I have spent in dealing with personal and official matters, largely with the support of all of those people who criticized me then and still criticize me now for some of the steps that I took. If I have offended other people, then I say I am sorry if I offended you, and I also say that to you I ask for your forgiveness. Things that you did not like, you are still enjoying Barbados, and I hope that you give the support to those who manage our affairs and to the current dispensation. You will understand that life at the top is not an easy task, and you are free to criticize, to praise those who need praise, to those who are struggling to make our beloved country a better place, and to have patience in this particular time that we are experiencing.
from Grenada. I invite you to take your seats as we get ready to start in the next 3 minutes.
Yes.
Have you followed any of the sessions this morning? I watched most of Dr. Banji, I hope I pronounced her name right.
Voting closes exactly at 5 p.m. this evening.
Okay.
The presidential race is between Dr. David Eswick and Dr. Ronnie Yearwood. So let's give a round of applause for coming forth for the party and representing this party for the next tenure.
Good afternoon. Welcome back, comrades. We'll resume the conference after lunch. And I'll pass it on now to our Master of Ceremonies for the introduction of the introduction.
So we are back here this evening, the Democratic Labour Party live with Embracing Our Legacy, Shaping the Future. We welcome all the branches here today. Let me start before we go straight into this evening. The branch of St. Lucie, the branch of St. Peter, the branch of St. Andrew, the branch of St. Joseph, the branch of St. Thomas, the branch of St. George South, the branch of St. George North, the branch of St. James North, the branch of St. James Central, the branch of St. James South, the branch of St. Philip North, the branch of St. Philip South, the branch of St. Philip West, Christchurch East, and the branch of St. John. Let's give a round of applause for those branches. We continue in the next 15 branches. St. Michael Central, St. Michael East, St. Michael South, St. Michael South Central, St. Michael South East, St. Michael North, St. Michael North East, St. Michael Northwest, St. Michael West, St. Michael West Central, Christchurch South, Christchurch West, Christchurch West Central, and Christchurch East Central. Let's give a round of applause for those branches. And also, too, we'd like to give the branches from the diaspora, hailing from all parts of the world. Let's give a round of applause that the Dems are alive and the Dems are all about in Barbados. I now hand you over now to this evening's proceedings, which will be done online. We now invite Maxine McLean to introduce the next two speakers, economist Carlos Fort and the Most Honorable Eugene Barato. Let's give her a round of applause.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, and welcome back. And I believe that our first two speakers this morning, after a stimulation set of worship, would have reminded us of the significant importance of this great Democratic Labour Party. This evening, we will hear from two other brilliant Barbadians, and in the case of Professor the Most Honorable Eugene Barreto, Grenadian Barbadian, and a longtime friend of mine. As you can see, and I look over to my right because both Professor and Mr. Fort are joining us virtually. And in order to ensure that they are top of the mind when they speak, I will introduce them separately. We will hear first from the lady, as I said, Professor the Most Honorable Eugene Barreto. And then after she has done her presentation, I will introduce Carlos Fort. But I will tell you that like this morning's presentation of the biographical sketch of Dr. Blenman Abange, these are two formidable persons. So first, I will introduce, as I said, Professor, and let me be sure to give her her full title, Professor the Most Honorable Violet Eugene Barreto. I think Violet makes you even more distinguished, ma'am. And then I will introduce Mr. Carlos Fort, an exemplary economist. Professor Barreto, I would describe her as an academic, an administrator, an advisor, an advocate, and I must add this, the proud mother of Cabral and grandmother to two beautiful girls, twin girls. So her son gave her two precious daughters. Many of us would, of course, be familiar with Professor. She recently retired as Principal and Pro-Vice Chancellor of the Cave Hill campus of the University of the West Indies. After many years of stellar service, both as a student, as an academic, and as I said, as an administrator, an excellent teacher and researcher, she has contributed significantly to the field of gender and development, a contribution recognized regionally and internationally. Her contribution, of course, has added to the body of scholarship, and I will not attempt to list all of her publications, but I will make some reference to her contributions. She graduated from the University of West Indies with a bachelor's degree, BSc, in public administration and accounting, and pursued graduate work in the United States, where she received a master's degree in public administration, specializing in public sector financial management from New York University in 1984. She was awarded the PhD in political science with a specialization in political economy and political theory in 1994 from Howard University in Washington, D.C. She has received numerous awards and recognition and has published very widely. I would want to flag a couple of her publications. She actually would have received the University of the West Indies Press Inaugural Award for the best-selling textbook published by the University of the West Indies Press in 2004 with the title Confronting Power, Theorizing Gender, Interdisciplinary Perspectives in the Caribbean. And for me, that is a seminal work, which, if you've never seen it, I think you might want to familiarize yourself with the content. She was also awarded the Commonwealth Award for Excellence in the Teaching of Gender and Health. Her path-breaking research and theory have served to inform policy formulation. For example, she came up with an original model for theorizing and analyzing Caribbean gender systems. And this theoretical model would have been adapted by the CARICOM Secretariat to inform its framework for streamlining gender in the programs of the Secretariat and indeed of the region. In relation to our Governor General Dame Nita Barrow. Udine, and I will call her that because, as I said, I take the liberty as referring to her as, and that is trying to get close to my friend. Professor Barito would also have done and led an important interdisciplinary research project on Caribbean women, titled Caribbean Women Catalysts for Change. And here she would have published the work on Dame Nita called Dame Nita Barrow, Stronger, Bolder, Ruth Nita Barrow, Social Change and International Development. And this also would have seen, that project also would have seen work in relation to the first female Prime Minister, Dominica, Dame Eugenia Charles. Professor Barito has been involved in civil society, non-governmental organizations, and has been very much involved in regional and international, in the regional and international arena. And Professor, I will pause here to welcome one of your fellow Grenadians. Of course, we claim you more than Grenada can claim you. We do have with us Mr. Deacon, I hope I pronounced your name, Deacon Mitchell, and his public relations officer. Let me welcome them to the conference. And you have joined us at a great time to get to hear from our stolen sister. We stole her from, well, we share her. I wouldn't say we stole her, we share her with Grenada. In addition to her work, as I said, as a professor at the university, Professor Barito would also have served as regional coordinator of the Development Alternatives with Women for a Newer Era, better known as DAWN, a South-South network spanning Africa, Asia, Latin America, and the Caribbean, and the Arab world. And in that respect, she would have contributed as a participant in the work of DAWN in the United Nations Conference on Women, Development, and Peace. I may seem to be jumping because there's so much I want to share, but I am anxious to hear my sister. In addition, as an administrator, and as an administrator, I can tell you that Udine, and I interchange between the names, the most honorable Udine, professor, because she's all of those things. I will not call her grandma, though. I leave that for her granddaughters. She would have contributed to all facets of university life. As I said, she was a student and an active student when we were there in the 70s. She was a staff member, as an academic, and as an administrator. And she would have received several honors. And let me just list quickly some of the honors or recognition that she would have received. She was named International Fellow of the Center of Excellence in Research on Gender, Örebro University in Sweden in 2008 and 2010, a Senior Fulbright Fellow at Howard University, her alma mater. She was named the Dame Nita Barrow Distinguished Woman in Development and Community Transformation Inaugural Fellow, the first one, at the Ontario Institute for Studies in Education. I can go on, but I will pause here because I am anxious to hear what I know will be an excellent presentation, to say that we are indeed honored to have this eminent Barbadian and Caribbean citizen. And as I said in relation to Dr. Roseanne this morning, a global citizen. And so without saying more, and I will put away the rest of those notes, I want very much to welcome my sister, Professor, the most honorable Violet Udine Barito, to share with us her thoughts. Thank you very much.
regional and international contexts. For example, the country started 2022 continuing to battle COVID 19 and the social and economic implications of all the ruptures introduced by the pandemic. By the end of February, through no fault of Barbados or any Caribbean country, we have had to add to our concerns the major economic and social disruptions from the Russian invasion of Ukraine. This new war and crisis has to concern the DLP too, and not only through an analysis of price increases on the country and people, as necessary as that is. You must also consider the geopolitical implications of this crisis for Barbados and the Caribbean. My second observation is that the Democratic Labour Party has to make peace with the fact that your legacy now transcends the DLP. Your theme speaks to embracing your legacy. Well, whether the DLP embraces its legacy or not, whether you respect your legacy or not, the legacy of the DLP stands. You should ensure that you do not squander your legacy, but the contributions of the Democratic Labour Party to the social and economic growth and well-being of post-independent Barbados is so foundational and comprehensive that it transcends your party. It constitutes part of the social, economic, and cultural fabric of Barbados. The Democratic Labour Party has already gifted its legacy to the contemporary political and economic history of Barbados. You should be proud of it, but you cannot contain or privatize it. It cannot be housed in your party headquarters in George Street, and neither should you want to do so. Instead, accept your legacy exists in all the institutions of the post-independent and now Republican state of Barbados. It is a formidable national, regional, and international contribution that you can justly be proud of it, but you have to move beyond in recognizing that it is now part of the fabric of Barbados. My third point is that the vital significance of the DLP's legacy is that the party has proven that it can provide national and regional leadership by articulating a relevant vision for the future of Barbados. Why do I say that? Or how do I know? Simply because you have done it already. You have to determine whether you will continue to do so. But the DLP as a national and regional political institution has already demonstrated it can provide national, regional, and international leadership. And this point has to be the ground zero for rebuilding the Democratic Labour Party. My fourth observation is that in embracing your legacy, there are some questions the Democratic Labour Party has to ask itself, must ask itself. Why did the DLP come into existence? Surely it was not just to win elections, even though on its second attempt it was successful in doing so. And you must win elections before you can affect change. What were the DLP's views of Barbados and the region in 1955, the year it was founded? What is the DLP's vision of Barbados and the region 67 years later today? Whoever wins the presidency this evening, they and the DLP have to focus on presenting to the country the party's vision for the future of Barbados. You currently hold no parliamentary power, and this has to be one of the most challenging periods for your party. I want to share with you what I firmly believed and operationalized when I was leading the UWI Caville campus, and I had some dark days too. I stated the UWI Caville campus is greater than and will not be defined by its current challenges. As a 67-year-old political institution, I also see the Democratic Labour Party as greater than and incapable of being contained or defined by its current challenges and critics. Ensuring that this happen, however, is up to you. My fifth major point to you is that a rekindled vision of and for Barbados has to be grounded in an ethic of development that has to guide the operations of the DLP, its mandate for Barbados, and its place in the region, always recognizing that the DLP is one of the leading political institutions to emerge in the mid 20th century Caribbean. The idea that a path chosen to determine the well-being of a country and its people should be informed by a philosophy of development, by ethics, is neither new nor unique. In fact, that idea is quite ancient, Aristotelian. What is very contemporary and therefore imperative for the DLP to address is the fact that in the 21st century Barbados, there are young and even older Barbadians who do not know what the philosophy of the Democratic Labour Party is. What does the DLP stand for? What are its core ideas or sets of beliefs that differentiate it from other political parties? By being the political party that took Barbados into independence, you may have grown complacent and you may have taken for granted your reason for existing as a political institution. Barbados is now a republic. Whatever challenges there are with the process, this is a development that I am very proud of. All Caribbean countries should become republics. All of your outstanding social and economic contributions to the sustained growth of Barbados as a society, all are welcome, and they all should have been undertaken even when the Democratic Labour Party faced opposition in doing so. The key point is the Democratic Labour Party must now inform itself and the country on how it will build on its legacy and why its vision for Barbados is relevant. What is that vision? The DLP cannot define its political relevance as simply wanting its turn to again take over the reins of government. That is not enough, and it has never been enough. In this third decade of the 21st century, the Democratic Labour Party has to articulate a philosophy and a vision for the party grounded in a commitment to Barbados and its people, a reliance on the resilience of your party, and guided by a sophisticated, comprehensive understanding of how Barbados, the region, and the global community have changed and are constantly changing. What should inform your vision of Barbados? My sixth observation is that your vision of Barbados should be informed by improving the quality of life for the vast majority of its citizens. Given our history, which we cannot escape and we should never try to, George Lamin advises, and I quote, all the institutions, all the democratizing institutions, unions, parties came from below. And therefore, when you were going to deal with your society, you would have to start from below. End of quote. I agree with George Lamin. People are the foundation of a society. Your philosophy of development has to start with how to improve societal well-being for the people who constitute the foundation of the country. My seventh point is that the ethics of development require you to identify your values and the choices you will make to realize those values. French philosopher and economist Joseph Louis Lebray states that development should be viewed as the basic question of values, even as development has to be viewed as a process of social change. Simply put, the ethics of development require the Democratic Labour Party to deliberate on the ends. That is how you envision Barbados, and the means, that is the processes of socio-economic change which you will introduce or manage to realizing this vision. I maintain that the ethics of development require a careful evaluation of what a country hopes to achieve on behalf of all its citizens, and an ethical evaluation and careful deliberation of how it intends to do so. Ethics of development require articulating a philosophy on what will constitute the pursuit of societal well-being and what are the best means of producing that well-being. So we cannot be confused between a philosophy and a set of strategies which will be operationalizing that philosophy. Cynics frequently dismiss discussions of philosophy and ethics as the flights of fancy of the intellectuals, those on the hill. I am no longer on the hill, but the hill is within me, and I am very proud of what Kville has offered me and humbled by what I have been able to contribute there. These cynics maintain that we cannot take philosophy to the supermarket or to the bank. I agree. Yet the development philosophy political parties and then governments pursue can influence who goes to the supermarkets and how often, what can be purchased when we get there, and under what pricing policy and tax regimes. Similarly, a party or a government's political philosophy can influence which banks will operate, the conditions under which they will relend our money, and the regulatory frameworks in place or not to protect investors and citizens. The existence and types of mechanisms, legislative frameworks, distribution and pricing policies start from a prior place, a philosophical space. And in shaping the future, please note your philosophy of development can determine whether people are placed as central to the development agenda or whether a country will surrender to only economic imperatives. The sooner the Democratic Labour Party redefines its political philosophy, the easier it is for a person to grasp the difference between a philosophy and a policy. From your philosophy will flow your policies, your strategies, and your programs. From your philosophy, the public will discern how you view young Barbadians, women, the elderly, person with disabilities, technological developments, renewable energy, Barbados's culture, Barbados's place in the global community, and the list is long. I'm just giving examples of how you operationalize a philosophy and the strategies and programs that it would exemplify it. My eighth point is that in pursuing a philosophy grounded in ethics of development means that the Democratic Labour Party has to remain committed to an approach to development that accepts as its goal a focus on just and equitable development for all. Embracing your legacy, rather embrace your legacy and provide a 21st century vision for Barbados and its people. Again, this idea is not new or unknown to the Democratic Labour Party. Barbados's first development plan, spanning the colonial to immediate post-independence period, states, and I quote, "The ultimate objective of the government are higher living standards and equitable distribution of the increase in the national income and a happier and full life for the whole society." And each development plan right up to the present says something like that. This clear, forthright statement captures a vision that is timeless, and the inputs will change. The programs and strategies will change. That clear, forthright statement in the first development plan indicates the relationship that should exist between economic growth and a happier and full life for the whole society. I believe economic growth is desirable. I believe it should be pursued and anticipated. I believe it is a precondition for a better life for the society, but it is not the destination of development. Instead, it is one of the key pillars by which political parties and governments should aim to provide a better life for all our citizens. Democratic governance and widespread social cohesion around shared values are also critical aspects of development, as if people matter. So, what is development? Clive Thomas states development is about people and about the concrete conditions of their existence. It's largely influenced by the social conditions they inherit and the movements and rhythms underlying them. Thomas's point about the social conditions inherited is critical to formulating ethics of development. My ninth point is any approach to development that ignores inherited and existing social inequalities and conditions, the approach to development that does not start from below, as Lamin advises, will fail to improve the quality of life for the vast majority of citizens. My 10th and final point is development ethics are in large part about choices. The choices parties and governments must make about values and the choices about strategies. The recognition of choices gets to the heart of ethics of development. Ethics of development require the Democratic Labour Party to deliberate between extremes, recognizing there are always choices. According to Aristotle, choice is the adoption of action decided on after deliberation. Choice is a critical aspect of leadership, and the idea that leaders always have choices is fundamental to understanding and being guided by ethics of development. Ladies and gentlemen, in concluding, I state in using ethics of development to craft a vision for Barbados, the Democratic Labour Party should strive for the expansion of choices for Barbados and for its citizens. I thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
And I want to thank you very much, Professor Barito. I think that in your presentation, you have re-energized many of us. You have reinforced the importance of the contribution that this party has made to the development of this country and the citizens of this country, and you have given us a very serious charge. And I will right away make a request that we have access to your presentation for
I will definitely share it.
And that is a request to those who went before and those who will come after. Now let me turn to our second presentation, and I call on a gentleman who has done very well himself, who is a member of the Barbadian diaspora, so to speak, but who continues to share of his time, his knowledge, his many talents. And I speak of Mr. Carlos Fort. Carlos Fort is a Barbadian economist based in Canada. He was born and raised in Barbados, and he shares something in common with Professor Barito. They're both alumni of Ellerslie School, a school for which I have a soft spot because it was set up in the place that I was born, the best place in Barbados, Black Rock. Some may not agree, but I think so. In addition to Ellerslie, of course, he's also a proud alumnus of Combermere and the University of West Indies Cave Hill campus. Like our previous speakers, he excelled academically, and from Cave Hill campus, he graduated as one of the top graduates in economics in his cohort, and was widely recognized by his faculty and fellow students for his scholarship and ability to apply economics to contemporary national issues. And I would say, as I listen to him on frequent occasions as he's invited to address national issues, he is able to do so in a manner that does not mystify, but rather demystify economics, and allows us to understand from where we sit. Carlos is currently a senior consultant and project management economic consulting with the Altus Group, a leading provider of software, data solutions, and advisory services to the global commercial real estate industry. Prior to that, he served for 7 years as a senior economist at the Ministry of Finance in Ontario, Canada, where he also acted as a manager and an executive assistant to the Assistant Deputy Minister of the Office of Economic Policy. As I mentioned earlier, he's a frequent contributor to the national discourse here in Barbados and the region on matters relating to the economy and public policy. And we have seen him share his thoughts, his understanding of issues in the local print and broadcast media, and in fact was a weekly columnist with the Barbados Today electronic newspaper. He has an avid interest in economic development, public policy, governance, and geopolitics. And in terms of his professional undertakings after graduation, he continued his economics training as a tutor of economics at Cave Hill, a statistician with the Central Bank of Barbados and the Barbados Statistical Service, and later an economist and senior economist in the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs. It was at the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs where he considers that he had the opportunity to initially hone his key skills as an economist and broaden his knowledge of the areas of public finance and economic policy, fiscal policy, public policy, and governance. And this, to my mind and to his, of course, would have allowed him to develop a solid foundation on understanding how the Barbadian economy works, its strengths, its challenges, and vulnerabilities. And it was also there that he learned to translate economic theory into policy, which is very important. And he's built on this when he was in the Ministry of Finance in Ontario. In addition to the public sector, he would also have engaged in day-to-day management of our relationship to the European Commission, the OAS, and United Nations Development Program. So he also engaged with the several multilateral relationships that we had in Barbados. And he would have been involved as a major contributor to the Barbados National Strategic Plan for 2006-2025, and would have been also part of the review of the Barbados Physical Development Plan. As an economist, he also would have written speeches for the late Prime Minister Owen Arthur. So when you heard Prime Minister speak, it was often some of the words of Carlos himself advising, as is typical of public officials. He also advised on industry, international business, the creation of Invest Barbados, Project Race, the issues relating to the estimates of revenue and expenditure. And finally, I will share this because we want to hear Carlos and not me. He would also have had the distinction of being Barbados' 2005 British Commonwealth Scholar and completed a Master of Science in Finance at Bayes Business School of City University of London in the UK. And there he was, and that school, if you don't know, it was one of the 2 top business schools in the UK and continues to be so. It is my pleasure now to hear from Carlos, where we will probably, and I shouldn't preempt his speech, but we will hear a lot more to do with his thoughts about the economy and how this party, the Democratic Labour Party, needs to address things relating to the economy. Of course, he also has ideas on other issues such as our constitution, so we await your presentation. And Carlos, thank you, and over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Interim President Steve Blackett, Former President Burles Pisa, Conference Chair Maxine McLean, members of the Executive Council and General Council, party members, Professor the Most Honorable Udine Baratu, other specially invited guests, members of the media, fellow Barbadians, good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon, and happy 67th anniversary to the DLP. I would first like to thank the interim president of the Democratic Labour Party, the conference chair and members of the Democratic Labour Party for inviting me to address you and the people of Barbados today to elect a new president to lead this great party. The theme of this special conference, Embracing Our Legacy, Shaping Our Future, is particularly fitting, not just for the DLP, its members and leadership, but also for our nation. The DLP is at a crossroads of sorts, but so too is the world. The COVID pandemic is an epoch-changing event that will have lasting impacts on international commerce and finance, international relations, the nature of work, and globalization itself. The pandemic has effectively accelerated trends associated with how technological progress has been reshaping work, and many countries are onshoring manufacturing in an effort to improve supply chain resilience. We must adapt, or we will be left behind. Barbados must adapt. It will require agility, creativity, access to capital, organizational change, and a deliberate evolution of our culture and subcultures. It is all relevant to the Democratic Labour Party, the nation, its institutions, its judiciary, its governance, and of course, its people. Despite the pitfalls and setbacks, the DLP remains a critical feature of Barbados's democratic institutions of state, with a rich legacy of economic and social development. The DLP gave Barbadians its constitution, governance arrangements, social security, network of polyclinics, UWI, UE, KFIL. It gave Barbadians universal access to education, the bedrock of our human capital development and linchpin of Barbados's transformation from a village to a middle-income small island developing state, one of the leading developing countries in the world. DLP administrations also gave Barbados the Samuel Jackman Prescott Institute of Technology, Barbados Community College, Garfield Sobers Gymnasium, Sir Lloyd Sandiford Conference Center, the David Thompson Health and Social Services Complex, Best de Santos Laboratory, the Financial Service Commission, and the most prolific affordable housing program in Barbados's history, unrivaled by any other political party. Nevertheless, in recent times, the DLP has lost its way. It has drifted away from its roots. It has seemingly lost sight of its purpose, and it has lost its Midas touch. It is time for the DLP to turn a new page and write a new chapter in its storied history. A new chapter in Barbados's politics that is written mindful of the prevailing circumstances, with a gaze towards the future. The next successive leaders of the DLP must reimagine the purpose of the party without betraying its core values. I am not advocating a mashup and buyback doctrine, but rather an ethos that reinvigorates the party, energizes its supporters and well-wishers, and captures the imagination of Barbadians. The task awaiting the next president of the DLP is to lay out a vision for the party and country that ignites the base, expands the DLP tent, and unify every stratum of party and country towards a prosperous, socially inclusive, civic-minded Barbados. To achieve this, the DLP cannot afford to pretend that 2018 and 2022 did not happen. The DLP and its leadership cannot afford to sweep the failings of its last two administrations of government under the carpet. Equally, I must hasten to point out, it can neither afford to cower in the face of ridicule or lie down and die. Do not be distracted by your detractors or allow the DLP and its operatives to frame the political narrative and set your agenda. You should also avoid the temptation of framing your efforts as rebuilding. Rather, You should see your task ahead as building on the progress of your forebears, including the work that was done by Verla de Pisa and her team in the 3.5 years that followed the unprecedented red wash in 2018. Let me take this opportunity to applaud Verla for her decades of service to the DLP and her leadership after the 2018 election. She inherited a tall order, stepped up to the plate, and with grit and determination set about rebuilding the DLP during its darkest years. Ultimately, she did not succeed in making parliamentary gains, but in 3 short years under her leadership, the DLP gained a 5% swing away from the government. She did so by holding the Montley administration's feet to the fire, appointing a shadow cabinet, and presenting a full slate of candidates, and running a credible general election campaign with minimal financial support. Objectively, Mr. Pisa did not have enough time. Neither did she enjoy the support of many of the elected members of the former Stewart cabinet. Perception is important in politics. Perspective is everything. Yes, the DLP must learn from its performance in the 2018 and 2022 elections. It must also acknowledge that those devastating defeats have their genesis in the tenure of the Stewart administration. It is incumbent on the party to internalize the message delivered by the electorate. Barbadians have lost confidence and trust in the DLP. The 2022 election defeat should be placed in its proper context. The campaign was held under a state of emergency. Barbadians in isolation were restricted from voting, and COVID protocols written by the Prime Minister also suppressed political meetings and campaigning. It was an unprecedented abuse of political power. The 2022 general election was called by a first-term Prime Minister in the height of a COVID surge, after only 3.5 years in office. Why? Because the BLP's internal polling showed that the BLP was losing ground and discontent was growing in the body politic. The government was also aware that the road to 2023 was going to be rocky. So the Prime Minister placed political expediency over the health of the nation and over deference to democratic traditions. Do not be dismayed. Learn from your failures and overcome your shortcomings. Also, consider that the DLP is no worse off today than it was in June 2018. The BLP is still governing within the 5-year term timeframe that the electorate would have given it in 2018. The 2022 general election has only bought the Montley administration an additional 3.5 years in office. If it goes the distance, the BLP would have served just 8.5 years. I believe that you all understand that it is the political culture in Barbados for the electorate to grant political parties at least 2 terms in government. It was never likely that the DLP would win in 2022, though it should have gained some seats in Parliament. The outcome in 2026 and 2027 will depend very much on whether the DLP can fashion itself into a viable alternative government before then. Dear loving people, today you elect a new president to lead the DLP. I implore you to give him your support or stay out of his way, for he will be the choice of the membership. The DLP is a democratic institution and it should behave as such. If it is to reclaim its heritage as a formidable political institution, the DLP must aspire to be exemplary in office and out of office. Do not undermine your new president with political machinations, and do not allow narrow personal ambitions to damage your party or derail the national agenda to make Barbados an excellent place to live, work, play, and raise a family. Push him to be better. Hold him accountable within the bosom of the party. Do not criticize him publicly. If a challenger emerges, let him or her bid for the leadership at the ballot box. Let me take this opportunity to commend Interim President Steve Blackett and his team for how they have conducted the election process for a new party president since Mr. Pisa's resignation. It has been without public rancor and divisiveness. and the public has been kept appraised of the proceedings while striking a good balance of disclosure and discretion. That type of public engagement should serve as a template for the future. The DLP must rise from the ashes like a phoenix and take its rightful place as the party of choice, the indispensable skin of Barbados' two-party political system, the bedrock of our post-independence state governance. Who among you is up to the challenge? It will take more than one man or woman. It will require a team that is competent, steadfast, loyal, and ready to govern, ready for prime time, as the Americans would say, a team that pulls together and works together, a team that supports the party leader while holding him or her accountable to the highest standards of leadership, integrity, humility, compassion, resolve, love of country, and love of party. Again, I ask, who among you is up to the challenge? Too many Barbadians have grown weary of politicians and have become cynical about politics. I regret to say that those sentiments are justified. The past 30 years are littered with shattered dreams, dashed hopes, and underachievement in our nation's quest for development. Too many of our politicians have forgotten about national development, a goal that has seemingly disappeared from our national lexicon. Too many Barbadians have grown to believe that politicians are in it for themselves, merely playing a role in a revolving game of musical chairs, where the political elite makes backroom deals to enrich themselves, their political friends and family, and of course, the financiers and puppeteers of election campaigns. The "it's my turn" ethos must be jettisoned from Barbados' political culture. We need leaders that are motivated first and foremost by the quest to catapult Barbados along a path of sustainable development of its people, its institutions, its economy, and of course, its society. We do not want leaders with a what's in it for me mentality. We do not want leaders that are motivated by their own material gain, aggrandizement, or personal legacy. We do not want leaders for whom Barbados' development and the development of the well-being of Barbadians of every social stratum of this country are merely byproducts of narrow personal political ambitions. The DLP's leadership and rank and file must take fresh guard. You cannot move forward without doing some serious introspection. You must reflect critically on the DLP's performance while in government since the Barrow administration. That is not to say that there were no successes while in government since Barrow's death. The electorate is the ultimate adjudicator of a political party's performance or potential to govern. The DLP won 3 general elections since the death of the Right Excellent Errol Wharton Barrow and has governed for about 14 of the last 35 years. However, the Sandiford administration was turbulent, the Thompson administration was short-lived, and the ensuing 8 years of the Stewart administration were not glorious at all. The LP family, in order to succeed and seize the day, you must examine your failures, build on your successes while in government, and consolidate the progress made by your former president, Berla de Pisa, in the rebuilding effort after the 2018 general election. No serious postmortem of your last 2 general election defeats can be done without analyzing and learning from the seminal events and non-events that shattered the confidence that Barbadians previously held in the DLP to govern. You cannot ignore the poor performance in managing Barbados' fiscal finances, in managing Barbados' public finances between 2010 and 2018, or the ineffective communication strategy during that period. You cannot ignore the inertia or the poor solid waste management and deterioration of access to public services and tertiary education. You cannot ignore the state of disrepair of our nation's infrastructure under your watch. You cannot ignore the damaging role played by 2 former ministers who ran shadow leadership campaigns in the midst of the DLP's 2022 general election campaign. You cannot ignore the lack of support from your former president, from your veteran politicians. You cannot ignore the role of the Sunday surprise on the eve of the January election, featuring Chris Sinkler criticizing the DLP and its leader while praising Prime Minister Mayor Montley. Neither can you ignore the role of the 10 glorious years speech in the outcome of the election. And you certainly cannot ignore the role of DLP party members that actively campaign against some of your candidates in constituencies they aspired to represent. You must introspect and atone in the best interest of Barbadians and our nation's future. That opportunity lies ahead. I humbly submit to you that the best way to atone is to demonstrate change and progress. I am not suggesting that you throw out the baby with the bathwater. What I am recommending is that the new president take the lead in building a team that exemplifies competence, professionalism, effective communication, and integrity in public life. I implore you to work diligently to strengthen and modernize the party's internal structures and election machinery. Make the party's organs more democratic and empower them to be more nimble and effective. The DLP will strive if you work together, if you work collaboratively, in the shared belief that you are stronger as a team, you will succeed. As the party continues to rebuild, the leader must foster an equitable, inclusive culture where everyone's contribution is welcome and valued. I recommend that you change your party's constitution to formally make your president the de jure, undisputed political leader of the DLP, thereby empowering your membership to select your party's prime ministers. Change your constitution to empower your president and general counsel to select an executive director to assist the president with the administrative management of the DLP. Do not fall for the musings of the self-proclaimed kingmaker. Your political detractors are those among you that are blinded by their unbridled personal ambitions. Their advice is not in your best interests or Barbados's. You should move swiftly to secure a resolution at your next annual conference that make it abundantly clear that your party president is the definitive political leader of the DLP. It would be prudent to remove any perceived ambiguity in the standing of the president of the DLP that can be exploited by political mischief makers. I am confident that by doing so, you will further democratize the DLP, strengthen the office of the president, and eliminate any institutional weaknesses that has too often, given oxygen to division and disunity in the party. For too long, disunity has been associated with the DLP brand. All democratic political parties have factions, but to succeed at the polls and in government, a political party's front bench and membership must close ranks and coalesce around its leader and the faction that has the majority support of party members. A political party is much more than its elected members and public figures, in much the same way that a company is much more than its executives, who together with its brand and performance represent the public face of the company. It is as critical to a political party's success as it is to a company's success to present to the public a united front and a coherent brand. The DLP can no longer tolerate rancor and discord within its ranks spilling into the public square, though it must remain true to its democratic traditions. It can no longer tolerate maverick behavior among its candidates during a general election campaign season or within cabinet when in government. A team requires team players. Work together. Work inclusively. The challenges ahead. As a small island developing state with a small open economy that lacks diversification and technological innovation, some of Barbados's most intractable challenges are a high cost of living, a high cost of doing business, a lack of economic enfranchisement or economic democracy, and an inability to sufficiently earn our way in the world, and poverty. Barbados' inability to earn enough foreign exchange, limit outflows of corporate surpluses, and its inability to attract sufficient foreign direct investment have from time to time spawned balance of payments problems, depleted foreign reserves, and since 2008 spawned an unprecedented post-independence period of underdevelopment. This is not to say, this is not a political statement, but an economic reality en masse by the 2008 Great Recession, the 2010 to 2012 European debt crisis, and the 2020 global pandemic recession. In order to overcome these weaknesses, Barbados needs a strong, resilient, diversified economy. An economy that is set on a path of sustained growth, one that provides a platform for social and economic development. No Barbadian must be left behind on the journey of nation building. The arc of Barbados' history, its history in the making, must be bent towards progress. Every social stratum of our nation has to be included in this endeavor. All Barbadians must be able to share in the fruits of our nation's progress more equitably. Inclusive growth must not just be a mantra, it must be the cornerstone of our nation's development and the advancement of our people. The fruits of commercial success, economic expansion, government procurement and consultancies must not be reaped by the moneyed class and politically connected alone. Barbados must be for all Barbadians, not just the too few, as former Minister Kelman called them. What are some of the challenges ahead? I will put them to you this way. How do we diversify the economy and sustain economic growth and development? How do we unleash the creativity and entrepreneurial verve of our people? How do we equip our people with the skills, knowledge, and access to financing that are needed to win the future? How do we blend capital with innovation and academia to create an innovation ecosystem that catapults Barbados into the global arena of commerce, technology, entertainment, and international finance? How do we create a more just society? You who aspire to lead this nation must answer these questions, not just with words, but with deeds, with policies, programs, domestic relationships, international contacts, and imagination. We did not come to fear the future. We came to shape it. A quote from former US President Barack Obama. You must aspire to shape Barbados into a prosperous, confident, socially cohesive nation where the most vulnerable are accommodated, given a lifeline, and the marginalized are brought into the forefront of Barbadian life and progress. For we are only as good as how we care for the least among us. The challenge ahead for the DLP is not just to be politically relevant, but to become the political party of choice and secure its place as one of the preeminent political institutions of Barbados once again. The incoming president of the Democratic Labour Party will have an opportunity to share with Barbadians a bold and realistic vision of the future, a vision of the future of Barbados and the future of the Democratic Labour Party, a future that is bright, a future that depends on all of you, the rank and file of the party and its leadership, those seen and unseen. A new vision that is hopeful and inspiring. The first task of a new president should be to lead the party's internal renewal, establish a small shadow cabinet, hit the ground in the 30 constituencies, and immediately engage the government and the public on the creation of a new republic constitution. A third of the year is already gone, and the promised year-long consultations on the new constitution have not begun. Instead, the country has been fed a diet of political distractions in the form of two contrived, ill-conceived, unnecessary constitutional amendments that died in the Senate. A political cock-up that motivated a constitutional challenge, which, if affirmed by the CCJ, could result in a constitutional crisis. A result that would justifiably warrant the resignation of the Prime Minister and the Attorney General. The DLP should be fully engaged in the consultations on the new Republic Constitution. It should be fully engaged in the process. No ground should be ceded in contributing to shaping Barbados' future constitution. Also engage in shaping the election reforms that have been proposed by the government. Engage in shaping the education reforms that have been proposed by the government. Canvassing the views of the public across the length and breadth of Barbados will be critical as you refresh your brand of politics. Participation in political consensus building around key pillars of the new constitution will be beneficial. The new president should also build consensus around a DLP position on an elected Senate, fixed election dates, a 6 or 7 year term for the President of Barbados, the composition of Parliament, recognition of political parties, political campaign finance guardrails, 21st century administration of the public service, judicial accountability, access to justice, and so forth. For example, within the new constitution, the lower house should be comprised of an odd number of elected MPs, perhaps 29. The size of cabinet should be capped at the Prime Minister plus 1/3 of the lower house, plus 4 appointed senators. The Senate should be an elected Senate made up of a total of 17 senators, 11 elected, 1 representing each parish, plus 4 senators appointed by the Prime Minister and 2 appointed by the Leader of the Opposition. Only government-appointed senators should be eligible to serve in cabinet. The President of the Senate should be chosen from among the elected or appointed senators. The Senate should be entrusted with oversight of the executive branch of government and, among other duties, vote for the appointment of magistrates and judges nominated by the Prime Minister. The Constitution should also establish within the Senate committees and committee chairs who shall be elected members. Other contemporary challenges include regrettably, the Motley administration has been a profligate government. It's a government of excess, a government with a seemingly insatiable appetite for taxation and borrowing. In its most recent budget, it has doubled down on imposing the highest ever tax burden on Barbadians, even as prices soar. It has the most expensive cabinet in history, the most expensive PR machine, and the most extensive assortment of high-priced consultants, special envoys, and foreign missions. The fatted calf has truly been slaughtered, it would seem. But to whose benefit and at what cost to taxpayers? At what cost to those Barbadians who hope for a brighter future and a better quality of life after the 2018 and 2022 general elections? Mercantilist, unsophisticated pricing policy in Barbados and excessive taxation have perpetually inflated the cost of living and the cost of doing business. Imported prices are compounded by a high duty regime and an array of indirect taxes and a business culture that exploits price increases, but scoffs at passing on reductions in input prices or reductions in taxes. Unchecked price increases erode Barbadians' quality of life and stunts economic growth and development. Corporate Barbados must stop price gouging, and the government of Barbados must cease and desist from tax gouging. The DLP should rise to the challenge of charting a development agenda and a national strategic development plan if the present government fails to do so. These are some of the challenges that should arrest the attention of the DLP and its leadership. The DLP must introspect and demonstrate to the public of Barbados that it is a capable political party able to transform itself into a 21st century organization that can effectively champion the causes of our people and deliver for them when given the opportunity to serve. It must first look within. You have been given a prime opportunity to recondition your party's machinery. Put oil in your lamps, reinvigorate your internal structures, and refresh your brand as you prepare to rev your engines for the political battles ahead. You will need to mold your talent, recruit fresh blood, and transform your own internal structures and governance systems. The new leadership of the DLP will have to rise to the challenge of making the DLP the governing party of choice again. Endeavor to listen to the people and consult broadly. Without counsel, plans go awry, but with a multitude of counselors, they are established. Proverbs 15, verse 22. The onus is on you to offer Barbadians a government in waiting that captures their imagination and commands their confidence. The Right Excellent Errol Wharton Barrow ushered in Barbados post-independence foreign policy with the words, "Friends of all, satellites of none," a simple statement that profoundly signaled to a bipolar world during the Cold War that Barbados intended to conduct its foreign relations in a manner that advanced the aspirations of Barbadians without being a tool of any global power or alienating any other nation. Our national hero made it clear that Barbados did not shake off the colonial shackles of the British to become a client state of any sovereign powers or global elite. The DLP would do well to apply this pillar of Barbados's foreign policy to its domestic politics. It should be friends of all Barbadians from all walks of life, but satellites of none. The DLP should never become an instrument of individuals with deep pockets. It should never become a puppet of the business lobby or campaign financiers. The DLP should only exist to serve the people. It should only exist to build Barbados and advance the economic, social, and spiritual development of Barbadians. The organs of state should principally be used to improve and enrich the lives of all Barbadians. Before you can be in a position to do that once again, you must first prepare the DLP to get elected. The late Prime Minister David Thompson once said, "A political party exists to win elections." I believe political parties also exist to marshal the resources of state, to develop the country and uplift its people. If you are to succeed, you must reinvigorate and refresh the DLP, its leadership team, and its organs. You must refashion the party into a mass-based, nimble, election-winning machine that attracts the right mix of talent, youth, and experience. You will have to deliver the goods. You must forge a governing philosophy that captures the imagination of the people, guide your policy development, and inspire competence and empathy in your parliamentarians. The German statesman Otto von Bismarck said in 1867 that politics is the art of the possible. Ladies and gentlemen, the future is in your hands. I thank you.
And I thank you, Carlos, for what I consider to be a very thought-provoking assessment of the current state of the DLP and your very useful suggestions for addressing these in an effort to position ourselves to govern this country. And we look forward to your continued contribution. Before we continue, driver of O1214-1214, you're asked to go to your vehicle. Now we have a challenge. Excuse me, Steve, hold on. Thank you very much. As I said, 01214, please go to your vehicle. Okay, folks, we have, unfortunately, only about 10 minutes for questions, and I will say questions because we don't want speeches. We had 2 excellent presentations, and we also have our very special guest from Grenada here, and we do not want to delay him. That would be very bad manners on our part as host. So the floor is open, and I will take a seat once I've made this statement. The floor is open for questions or extremely brief comments to our 2 speakers. And I will say now that if your comment is too long, I will interrupt you. I will be rude to my own so that we be polite to our guests. Thank you very much. So the floor is open as I take my seat. Microphone on, or? Okay, I will start with a question to Carlos. Given all that you've said, from the perspective of yourself as an economist, and assuming that we take the recommendations to do what we have to do internally, what perhaps are 2 of the main economic challenges that a new Democratic Labour Party government, or even as we observe what's happening now and seek to devise strategy, what are 2 major economic challenges that you anticipate that we are facing now and going forward, let's say in the next 5 to 10 years? Let's say 5 years maximum. And if Professor Barreto wants to take that question after Carlos, you're free to. Okay.
I think the main challenge confronting Barbados, and this is a decades old challenge for political leaders and of course economists and our business community. Simply put, Barbados must be able to earn its way in the world. And I think we must show our education reforms as well as our orientation of our commercial endeavors play particular emphasis or rather entrepreneurs and businesses should set their sights on not just on the local, the domestic economy in terms of earning their way, but on the regional and international economy. The mantra should be exports. Be that exports of goods or exports of services. And to the extent that Barbados can do so, being a small country of just 280,000 people, we only need a very small fraction of the global pie in any endeavor that we pursue. The government would have enough resources in the growing economy through taxation to be able to meet the needs, both the current needs and the future needs of our citizens. Barbados has for a long time have a financing problem, and that is particularly has been particularly more acute since the Great Recession, and of course magnified by the recent pandemic recession.
Maxine, it was just in my blood that I think we need to acknowledge when we have talent in the party.
No, I think that is quite appropriate, and on that note, we will wrap up this session because we have reached the 3:30, and I believe showing our appreciation in a fitting way to former President Verla, and who knows, a future President Verla. So I want then to say thank you very much to Mr. Carlos Ford and to Professor the Most Honorable Eugene Barreto. And before our lunch speakers, our speakers before lunch, Mr. Anthony Francis Worrell and Dr. Roseanne Blenman Abange. I think we had in the 4 presentations substantial information on which to work, advice, suggestions, evaluation of our situation. And I will say now what I started to say. I am requesting all of your presentations for 2 reasons. One, I will endeavor to ensure that there's a publication which captures those as centerpieces, and also that I will recommend that they form the basis for future discussions in respect of many issues that we as a political party have to tackle. So thank you very much, and we will go to the next. I hand over now to our Master of Ceremonies and look forward to hearing from our invited guests. Thank you very much, comrades.
At this point of time, we're going to have a cultural presentation by Comrade Colin Spencer, Calypsonian for so many years, represented the party in St. George North. Let's give a round of applause for Colin Spencer, Comrade Spencer.
Hello, good evening to everyone. Thank you and good evening to everyone. It's always a pleasure to be here. I'm going to do for you 2 songs. First one is about 4 years old. I believe that many of you here would never have heard it. It's my original composition. It's entitled The Dance.
Met Madeline one Saturday night at an old-fashioned country dance. And I'm happy to say that it's 10 years now we've been having a beautiful romance. By no stretch of the imagination is our relationship unique. But what's working for us is we get to go back to the place where we met once a week. We go out to a dance. We go out to a dance. We go out and we dance. 'Cause it rekindles our romance. You can come with us too, 'cause it's a fun thing to do. Don't you miss out your chance to go out to a dance. Both Madeline and I work 5 days a week. That's how we get to pay our bills. And when the weekend comes around, we relieve the stress and show off our dancing skills. We go out to a dance. It's our relationship unique. And when the weekend comes around, we relieve the stress and show off our dancing skills. We go out to a dance. We go out and we dance. We go out and we dance in search of peace and romance. You can come with us too, 'cause it's a fun thing to do. Don't you miss out your chance to go out to a dance. Dancing to DJ's champ, Bustle Record Jigger Man, Mikey or Scorpion, top DJs in the land. You can come with us too, 'cause it's a fun thing to do. Don't you miss out your chance to go out to a dance. Thank you very much. This next song I'm going to do is, I call it my go-to song. It's an all-occasion song written by the late, great Rash Shorty out of Trinidad. Watch out, my children. My sons and my daughters, to you I plead, watch. Don't catch no horrors, but please take heed. I know you don't want no sermon, but my admonition is to guard you against all the evils of life that creates strife and destroy life. Walk cautiously, children, be alert, because you have an enemy roaming the earth. I know you're young and restless, but you don't have to be careless, because sober thinking leads unto righteousness, to happiness, spiritual bliss. That's why I tell you this. Watch out, my children. Watch out, my children. There is a fella called Lucifer with a bag of white powder. And he don't want to powder your face, but to bring shame and disgrace to this human race. Let me sing it again. Watch out, my children. Watch out, my children. There is a fella called Lucifer with a bag of white powder. And he don't want to powder your face, but to bring shame and disgrace to this human race. I give you my counsel because I want to see all young people live righteously. What you feed your mind with forms your characteristics and shapes the path that you must walk tomorrow. Darkness or glow, joy or sorrow, that's why I'm concerned. Watch out, my children. Watch out, my children. There is a fella called Lucifer with a bag of white powder. And he don't want to pound on your face, but to bring shame and disgrace to this human race. To all the French-speaking children, attention mes enfants, attention mes enfants. Il y a quelques pays, Lucifer veut consacrer des poudres blanches. Il ne vous pas saupoudrer vos visages, mais apporter honte et détresser à la race humaine. You're young and your future is ahead of you. Right or wrong, sweet or sour, depends on what you do. Taking the wrong direction will drain your constitution and promote global mental chaos and confusion. Then corruption of the inner man, and that was not God's plan. Cuidado mis hijos, cuidado mis hijos. Hay un hombre que se llama Lucifer con una bolsa de polvo blanco. Y él no quiere empolvar tu cara, pero para traer pena y desgracia para la raza humana. Watch out, my children. Watch out, my children. There is a fellow called Lucifer with a bag of white powder. And he don't want to pound on your face, but to bring shame and disgrace to the human race. Thank you so very much, ladies and gentlemen. I have been singing for this party for many years. I wasn't invited to speak, but I can only be what I am. All I am asking is for the winner to call the loser and have a conversation, and for the loser to call the winner and congratulate him, because that is how it is done in the civilized world. Thank you.
Let's give a round of applause for Colin Spencer. At this point in time, I invite you to watch a clip, a short clip, a video presentation. While we wait for the sound, we're inviting all registered members of the Democratic Labour Party who are live online to come down to the headquarters to select the next president of the Democratic Labour Party, which will be closing at before 5 p.m. with our team embracing our legacy and shaping the future. The presidential race today, as we celebrate our Labor Day, is between Dr. David Eswick and Dr. Ronnie Yera. Let's give themselves a round of applause for stepping up to the plate.
Comrades, last year I concluded my address to the annual conference by appealing to the delegates in this party to stay the course. I called you to arms. And my charge was for you to go into the highways and the byways of Barbados to spread the thinking, the vision, and the plan of the Democratic Labour Party. Comrades, last year we united around a cause of rescuing this country from a group of tired, discredited politicians whose every utterance and action suggested that they had lost their way and no longer had the cares, concerns, or aspirations of Barbadians foremost in their thoughts. As a party, we canvass the views of thousands of Barbadians. We walked the streets. We attended community meetings. We pulled them aside after church. We had our own meetings and mass canvases throughout Barbados. We had focus groups and we knocked on thousands of doors. We chatted to them on the bus, in the market, at the workplace, and over the internet. We were missionaries for the cause, and on January 15, 2008, we brought home the data. Not only did we win the election, I dare say we won it handsomely. But more importantly, we rescued Barbados from an emerging deficit. For us to succeed, though, we will need your help, your guidance, and your support. And therefore I say to you, be strong and of good courage. For blessed are we who walk not in the counsel of the ungodly, nor stand in the path of sinners, nor sit in the seat of the scornful. But our delight is in the law of the Lord. We shall be like the trees planted by the rivers of water that bring forth their fruit in good season, whose leaves shall not wither, and whatever we do shall prosper. Today, I ask God's blessings on all of us to this task, and I also ask Him to richly bless all of you and your families. Thank you.
Let's give a round of applause for our former Prime Minister of Barbados, David Thompson. Also, too, I'd like to acknowledge on the Planning Committee, Comrade Irene Sanford Garner. Let's give her a round of applause for being part of the influence of today's conference. I now invite the interim president, Steve Blackett, to introduce the featured speaker. Let's give her a round of applause.
Good afternoon, colleagues, again, comrades. Before I introduce our featured speaker, let me also acknowledge the Public Relations Officer who's traveling with him, Mr. Orlando Romaine. Welcome to Barbados, sir. And I'm sure that the founding father of this party, the Right Excellent Errol Walton Barrow, must be gleefully rolling in his watery grave, having seen the collaboration of Caribbean islands here this afternoon. He being a profound and unrepentant regionalist, seeing Grenada and Barbados collaborating here at this Democratic Labour Party conference. Ladies and gentlemen, comrades, our afternoon guest speaker is the leader of the National Democratic Congress, the NDC in Grenada, and he's an attorney at law, a notary public, and is a 44-year-old attorney at law. He has become the youngest person to be elected into the office to head one of the two main political parties in Grenada, and he is serving as leader of the National Democratic Congress, the NDC, in that same country, Carriacou and Petite Martinique, and assumed office on the 31st of October, 2021. He's a graduate of the University of the West Indies, Cayfield campus in Barbados, and the Hugh Woodin Law School in Trinidad and Tobago, where he earned a Bachelor of Laws degree with honors and a legal education certificate, respectively. Our guest speaker was the recipient of several awards at Hugh Woodin Law School in recognition of his skills as an advocate, but most notably, the Principal's Award for Advocacy between 2001 and 2002, and the Robert Methow Cillier Memorial Prize 2002 for the best performance in trial advocacy. His legal career started as an associate attorney at law at the law firm of Grant, Joseph and Company, and in the year 2002, and in March 2006, he bought the practice of Grant, Joseph and Company, and remained one of the partners until December 2016, when he moved on to start his own practice, Mitchell and Company. He's a notary public for the state of Grenada and is the honorary consul for the Kingdom of the Netherlands in Grenada. He has held various directorships on statutory bodies and non-governmental organizations, including the Grenada Cooperative Nutmeg Association, GCNA, and the New Life organization, NULO. Our guest, ladies and gentlemen, currently sits on the boards of NULO, the Jason Roberts Foundation, and the Grenada Coral Foundation, Inc. He's a counsel to many of the larger businesses in Grenada, spanning the wholesale and retail businesses, insurance, banking, power generation, education, tourism, and the hotel sector. He has extensive experience in civil practice, project financing, both debt and equity, real property, mortgages and conveyances, corporate and commercial law, commercial advisory services, banking and finance, industrial relations, dispute settlement, collective bargaining negotiation processes, taxation matters, contract law, and general litigation. He has also conducted research for several publications of the World Bank and the International Finance Corporation. He has a passion for educating young people and is an avid sports fan and a music lover. Ladies and gentlemen, comrades all, please help me welcome to the lectern our honored guest speaker for this afternoon session and treasured son of the Spice Isle, Mr. Deacon Mitchell.
Good afternoon. Yes, please. Not have had water, let me take that again. Good afternoon to the Democratic Labour Party. Good afternoon to the Dems. Long live the Dems. Long live the great people of Barbados. It is a singular honor to be with you this afternoon. It would be remiss of me to not acknowledge that it is the 1st of May and that in Grenada and so many other islands, we pay tribute to, we pay homage to, and we celebrate the accomplishments of our workers. Because it is labor, and it is labor that builds a nation. It is labor, and it is labor that has built the great nation of Barbados, and it is labor that will continue to build the great nation of Barbados. Let me first acknowledge outgoing President, whom you so proudly acknowledged earlier with your warm standing ovation. I want to join in you in recognizing the work, the effort, and the selfless sacrifices that you have made in leading the Democratic Labour Party over the last several years. Let me recognize Steve, your interim president, and thank him for kindly asking me to address you this afternoon. I will admit it was a welcome surprise when I was contacted. You probably would realize that I am still very much new to politics, and we will have a conversation about that as we have this conversation this afternoon. I want to recognize the 4 vice presidents of the Democratic Labour Party, your party general secretary, your party treasurer, and your National Executive Council. But most importantly, I want to recognize the members of the Democratic Labour Party. For you are here this afternoon at this extraordinary convention for a singularly important task. And that task is to determine who shall be your next president, who shall shape the leadership of the Democratic Labour Party, and who I have no doubt that you, when you make that choice, will choose someone that you are confident will take the Democratic Labour Party in the direction that you wish it to go, will take the Democratic Labour Party in a direction that will see it return to the glory days of not just a great Barbadian political institution, but a great regional political institution. You will soon discover throughout this conversation that I'm very, very fond of the founding father of this party, the Right Honorable Sir Errol Walton Barrow. And since the theme of this extraordinary convention is embracing your legacy, it would be remiss of me if I didn't ask you to join with me in standing to observe a moment of silence for the great men and women who in 1955 took the bold step to walk away from the Barbados Labour Party and to establish, undoubtedly, to my mind, the greatest political party of Barbados's modern history. So I ask for all of the fallen leaders, the fallen founders, their families, their spouses, their loved ones, that we observe a moment of silence. Thank you. I know I'm meant to address you, but as I said, I want to have a conversation. And I will admit to you, therefore, that I do not have a very lengthy prepared text or speech. And for political purposes, I often do not write a lengthy text or speech. And my PRO isn't always happy with me for that. But I'll explain why. And I want to start by saying a little bit about myself and why I made a deliberate decision to get involved, not in politics, as I see it, but to get involved in public service. And no doubt in 1955, a 35-year-old Errol Barrow would probably have had to ask himself the same question that this 44-year-old Deacon Mitchell would have had to ask. Do you sit by? Do you complain privately? Do you criticize privately, but continue to enjoy the comforts of your own life? And never step out of that comfort zone? And never become part of the solution rather than part of the problem? And now more than ever, the politics of the Caribbean, the politics of Barbados, the politics of Grenada requires men and women who are prepared just as our foreparents did, just as our ancestors did, to step out of our comfort zones and to offer to serve the public, to offer to put the public's interests first, and to do so with honesty, without the corruption, without the vote buying, without the transactionalization of our politics. So COVID-19 presented an opportunity. It was the first time in 30 years that I had stayed in Grenada for beyond 6 months without traveling. And that 6 months, in fact, turned into 2 years. And it forced me and many others who live in Grenada to perhaps pay more attention than we were used to paying. To perhaps ask ourselves, what kind of future are we living for those who come after us? And being forced to sit in Grenada, to observe, to pay attention, to listen to our citizens, it became clear that the direction that we were going was not the right direction. But it became clearer that that direction would not change unless there were persons who were prepared to stand up, to come out of the comfort zone, and to get involved in public service. And so I chose to do that. And I chose to join the National Democratic Congress. And the National Democratic Congress has some striking similarities with the Democratic Labour Party. And I'll give a few illustrations. For one, our names. You have the Democratic Labour Party, you have the National Democratic Congress. Democratic is clearly common to both of us. Our history. The Democratic Labour Party was formed because its founders no longer believed in the values or the philosophy of the Barbados Labour Party and moved to form its own party. The founders of the National Democratic Congress were once members of the New National Party. The New National Party is the current administration that governs Grenada. And they too moved from the New National Party and formed the National Democratic Congress because they too no longer believed that the then New National Party valued critically the workers of Grenada. And in fact, the National Democratic Congress was formed out of a desire to protect and to support the workers of Grenada, whose long struggle for improvement in wages and benefits were being whittled away by the then New National Party. But our similarities continue into the modern era and into our 21st century politics. The Democratic Labour Party has lost 2 elections, back to back, not having garnered a seat in the House of Representatives of the Parliament of Barbados. The National Democratic Congress has also lost, in devastating manner, 2 elections, back to back, in 2013 and in 2018, not having won a single seat in the House of Representatives in the Parliament of Grenada. So the question then becomes, why join a political organization? And ultimately, why offer oneself to serve that political institution and to serve as its political leader when that organization has suffered 2 devastating electoral defeats back to back. And that question is a question that the two men who are offering themselves to serve the Democratic Labour Party must also answer. Why offer to serve and lead a political institution that has suffered devastating electoral losses at the poll? And the answer must be that that institution transcends and will continue to transcend a loss at an election. That the Democratic Labour Party, its legacy and its future will transcend two electoral losses. They are mere chinks in the armor. And that the core value, the core principles of an institution that has given human service to the people of Barbados for the last 67 years will be here 67 years from now, continuing to give human service to the people of Barbados. And so what it means is that those vying for leadership now and those who will vie for leadership in the future recognize the indelible mark, the indelible contribution, the greatness of the Democratic Labour Party, and that the bumps that it is currently experiencing will merely fortify and strengthen the institution and put it in a position to lead Barbados in the future. So when the prior speaker, Carlos, said, the future is in your hands, members of the Democratic Labour Party, when he said the future is in your hands, I'm going to go further and say to you, the future begins now. That future begins now, but it is grounded in your legacy. Because, and I'm going to say this because oftentimes we mistake great oratory and a great orator with leadership. But a great Errol Barrow wasn't just a great orator. He was a great leader. And he was a great leader because you could speak to his accomplishments, which have lived on and which have continued to benefit and serve the people of not just Barbados, but the people of the region. So I am a beneficiary of the great Errol Barrow. Myself and countless others of us who have benefited from being educated at Cave Hill throughout the length and breadth of the region are the recipients of his great leadership. We fast forward to 2019 and 2020. The Best Dos Santos Clinic, a legacy of the Democratic Labour Party, does not just serve the people of Barbados, it serves the people of the region. That is where your COVID-19 test from Grenada and elsewhere was done. The free universal education became the hallmark of Barbados. When I grew up in Grenada, we didn't speak just of Errol Barrow. Barbados wasn't identified purely with an individual who was a great orator. Barbados was identified by the legacy of its great leaders. So it was the envy of the OECS that Barbadians had free education. We were jealous that Barbadians had free education. We understood the direct relationship between the development of Barbados and the education policy enacted by Errol Barrow. And so when I say your future is shaped by your legacy, and that the greatness of your leaders transcends their oratory skills, or transcends whether they are popular on the international stage, it is because they have left a legacy that generations of Barbadians and generations of citizens of the Caribbean have benefited from and continue to benefit from. So Dems, make no mistake. Embrace your legacy. Hug your legacy. Own your legacy. Preach and teach your legacy. Ensure that the young men and women of Barbados understand the direct link between the vision of your past leaders and the Barbados today. It is easy for us to take for granted our freedoms. It is easy for many of us to take for granted our standard of living. It is easy for many of us, and regrettably many of us have become apathetic. We wish to have no part in politics. We wish to take no part in public service. And yet we expect our society to miraculously become better. It will not. But it requires political institutions like the National Democratic Congress, like the Democratic Labour Party, to purposefully teach our history to our citizens. It requires us, not just in schools, it requires us to produce content. We have all of the modern communication tools: Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, WhatsApp. We have instant access to communication. As a political organization in the 21st century, we must produce content that explains to our people, that explains to our members, that explains to our supporters the history and the relevance of politicians, public servants, and the decisions they make, and how that impacts every aspect of your life. From whether you have health care or not, from whether you can send your children to school or not, from the cost of flour, sugar, and rice at the supermarket, to the question of whether one day a prime minister can arbitrarily say, I am locking down this country for 24 hours without consultation, and then miraculously say, as is happening in Grenada, I'm ending the lockdown without consultation. Where you can go from having some of the most draconian shutdowns to in 24 hours say, no mask mandates, no needs for vaccinations. Where we take our freedoms for granted, they will be taken from us. But in order to ensure that this generation, the next generation, understands the history of our society, understand the role that political parties have played in shaping a purposeful and positive Barbadian and Caribbean civilization, we must produce that content and teach it to them. And we must produce it in a manner that communicates clearly, concisely, the message that we live in a democracy, that underpinning democracy is personal liberty, the rule of law, And if we take our personal liberty and the rule of law for granted, we will quickly find that the freedoms and the independence that our foreparents have fought for could be easily snatched away from us. It therefore requires us to produce politicians, and I like saying public servants, who understand that their first and foremost job is to serve the public. It is to put people first. And that we, the people, must hold them accountable. We are amongst friends, and I'm sure you are aware of the unfolding situation in the British Virgin Islands. And I asked myself, what world could I live in if one day I faced the thought of hearing that the United Kingdom would be imposing direct rule on Grenada, or the United Kingdom would be imposing direct rule on Barbados? And I asked myself, in 2022, the notion that these concepts not just exist, but may become a reality not so far from where we live, rekindles in me the fire to ensure that our citizens understand that it should not take the risk of losing your sovereignty for us to produce politicians and hold our politicians accountable to make sure they put the people's business first, to make sure that they do not use their office to enrich themselves at the expense of people, to ensure that they do not engage in corrupt practices that make our islands and our people the laughing stock of the world. And I would quote Errol Barrow in his famous mirror image speech. And in one paragraph he says, if there are corrupt parliamentarians or ministers running around in Barbados, it is because you have made them corrupt. And when I read it, I asked myself, that is as forthright a statement you could make at a political rally to the citizens of a country. But I reflected on it. And what was Sir Barrow saying? He was saying to us, the citizens of Barbados, he's saying to us, the members of the Democratic Labour Party, that it is our responsibility to hold our politicians and our public servants accountable. It is our responsibility to hold our public servants and our politicians accountable. And so if they are corrupt and they are getting away with the corruption, it is because as citizens we are not doing our civic duty to hold them accountable and to demand accountability of them. And so how does the Democratic Labour Party differentiate itself as it moves forward? Carlos's speech gave me goosebumps. He was blunt, he was forthright, he was honest. And that bluntness, forthrightness, and honesty is required. As members of the Democratic Labour Party, and those who offer to serve in leadership positions, you must ask yourself, are you doing right by the people of Barbados? And if you are not doing right, you must be prepared to correct course. you must be prepared to say to the people of Barbados, we will distinguish ourselves by demonstrating to you that we intend to put not just a small class or segment or category or faction of Barbados first, but that we intend to put all Barbadians first. That when we make decisions, those decisions would be in the best interest of the majority of Barbadians. Because it is the responsibility of those who lead the political organizations to win back the trust of the citizens of Barbados. It is our responsibility to ensure, particularly for the generation of Barbadians who are 40 years and younger. A quick Google search told me that the average age of a Barbadian is 40.5 years. And if that is the case, on either side of that 40 age range, the Democratic Labour Party is going to be required to recruit, to energize, to bring forward Barbadians on either side of that divide. You would need the youth, the energy, the creativity, the enthusiasm of those who are under 40. And I'm mindful that I'm not seeing many people here who look like they're under 40. And emphasis is on look, because I may be wrong. But I say this because similarly, in Grenada, and I suspect in many of our neighboring islands, we face the challenge of how do we inspire and encourage young people to understand that by getting involved in public life, you have a direct say in what matters. You have a direct say in the policies, the decisions of your island. And it is a challenge facing all political institutions in the region. But it is a challenge that we must confront head on. And I dare say, it behooves those of us who are on the other side of 40 to stretch out our hands and hold the hands of those who are under 40 and to encourage them to walk with us up that hill, up that mountain, so that we can collectively see the sun rise on making our islands a better place. So one of the reasons I recognized that persons like myself, persons like our PRO, had to step out of our comfort zones, had to beg the forgiveness of our families by asking them to allow us to share ourselves with the public, is because we recognize that we must find ways to inspire a next generation of Caribbean leaders and public servants. But you can't do so in the dark. You can't do so in private. You can't do so in hiding, because credibility counts. We have to be prepared to lay it on the line. Our forefathers laid it on the line. They set the example. They achieved what many thought would not be achieved. Our foreparents overcame slavery. They overcame colonialism. They overcame the plantation economy. They have stood and overcome countless challenges, whether man-made in the form of war, racism, economic disasters, recessions, health epidemics, and have built a Caribbean civilization that we are benefiting from. It therefore requires us to continue to build a Caribbean civilization that the next generation of Barbadians and Caribbean nationals will benefit from. I feel the spirit, the indomitable spirit of the Democratic Congress, both the National Democratic Congress and the Democratic Labour Party in this hall. So the rhetorical, in my view, the rhetorical question posed by the Barbados advocate this morning is the Democratic Labour Party still relevant? 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 So in the words of Marcus Garvey, rise ye mighty people, rise ye mighty people. Long live the Democratic Labour Party, long live the people of Barbados.
Let's give a round of applause again for Mr. Dismister, the leader of the National Democratic Congress of Grenada.
Thank you very much, comrades. We're going to crave Deacon's indulgence, and we are asking him to stay at the lectern. And if you have any questions or comments coming out of his presentation, we'll be pleased to entertain you at this time. Any members who would want to raise any any concerns, issues, or commentary that would have come out of Deacon's presentation, please, at this time, I invite you to.
I'm happy to answer any questions or any comments that you may have.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
My name is Philip Garner, a patriotic supporter of the Democratic Labour Party. Now, listening to you, you said something that really went towards my heart, and it's something I always wonder if we, the people, the members of the Democratic Labour Party, could put this one in place. When you mention 40 and over and 40 and under, could you give the Democratic Labour Party members an idea how you would go about attracting the 40 and under youths or members to this party? Thank you.
Thank you. So, I asked the question of one of your members, and he gave me a multi-pronged response. So, I'm not going to put him on the spot. But I asked this question, now that the elections are over, whether those persons who've offered themselves as candidates have remained in the constituencies. And I say this to say, and I don't think it's any different in Barbados, politics is about people. And one way of ensuring that the people 40 and under understand that we are making politics about them is that we have to stay engaged with them, not just at an election cycle, but we have modern technology to help us. And when I talk about producing content, I'm not just talking about producing political content. We have to produce content that inspires and galvanizes and fires up the imagination of young Barbadians as ideas that are coming from the Democratic Labour Party that relate to their daily lives. So when you prepare your manifesto, for example, you've lost the election. Your manifesto should not be shelved. You need to take your manifesto and find those ideas which you know are still very much relevant to the people of Barbados. And use your Instagram, use your Facebook, use your WhatsApp to double down on that messaging, to double down on that content, to double down on the ideas that you believe will galvanize and fire them up. So if it is housing, for example, produce content that tells them of the type of housing that they deserve, of the type of community or village that they deserve, so that they understand that you are not a transactional politician, that you're not coming around at election time for a vote in exchange for giving them maybe some paling or $100 or whatever it is the transaction consists of. $500. So we have to use the technology to produce content on issues that are relevant to them. And I say this to say, even if it's coming from a political party, it should be presented in a manner that objectively says it is good for all Barbadians. That's one way. A second way is, you know, in Grenada, when promoters are doing big parties and fetes, they put big banners up advertising the fete, big banners up advertising the party. And when I first considered the idea of joining the National Democratic Congress, you know, I actually said to a lot of the older members, you have to make it clear, as a party that has lost 2 elections, that you are recruiting young men and women of Grenada who believe in principle, who believe in values, who believe that they can transform their lives and the lives of other persons. And you need to openly, publicly, and aggressively market and advertise that. Your political party is not the lodge. It is not a secret society. It is a grassroots organization. It is a grassroots organization that must be open and accessible to the rank and file of Barbadians. And you must not be ashamed to say so. And there's a third thing that we must do. The truth is, the financing of political parties is a mystery to the average citizen across the Caribbean. But we must demystify that mystery. And we must openly and honestly have the conversation about how we fund our political parties. And I would recommend to the Democratic Labour Party, if it has not done so as yet, that we democratize the funding of our political parties. That we make it a grassroots funded political organization, so that the average man and woman knows that their $5, their $10 contributes, and it gives them the voice to have an impact on the policies of the party, lest the party falls into the hand of 1 or 2 single big-time financiers or donors who ultimately dictate the policies of the party. But we must have that conversation. Our people must not be fooled into thinking that the money falls from the sky. They must know that political parties, like any other organization, has to be funded. And we must have an open conversation about how we fund it. I don't know if it's the case here, but in Grenada, we have absolutely no legislation whatsoever addressing the funding of political parties. Now, you may say as a politician, I should find that to be advantageous. But I don't. Because it means if as a politician you do not have the integrity and the strong will and the character, that there are no systems built in place to keep you in check from essentially handing over your political institutions to a single financial donor or backer, worse yet, one who may not be of Barbadian or Grenadian origin, and one who may not ultimately have the best wishes of a Grenadian or a Barbadian at heart. And when we do those things, it means our young people, those under 40, will begin to understand the relationship between politics, political organizations, the funding of those organizations, and the type of governance that they ultimately get in their communities and in their villages. So I hope I've attempted to answer some of your questions, but I have to say this: there should be no shame in openly and publicly advocating that you are recruiting the next generation of Barbadians to serve the people of Barbados.
Any other persons? Okay, Deacon.
Thank you very much. I have to say, before I go, that Barbados as an island is one of my favorite islands. I thoroughly enjoyed my time at the Hill. I made a lot of friends who I've remained lifelong friends with. I've been fed, clothed, watered, and sheltered by the people of Barbados. I, in fact, did my legal internship at Carrington and Sealy in Barbados. And so, in all respects, from cricket, I will confess I never drank beer until I got to Barbados. You know, from cricket to Banks beer to Mungay rum, to Oystins and Baxter's Road, I have thoroughly always enjoyed myself in Barbados. And you know, there's a saying, when Bajan cricket is strong, West Indian cricket is strong. Well, I will add this further. When the DLP is strong, Bajan politics is strong. And when Bajan politics is strong, Caribbean politics is strong.
Let's give her a round of applause again for the leader of the Democratic Congress of Grenada. When the DLP is strong, Barbados is strong. All right.
Thank you very much. Before I invite the Master of Ceremonies to introduce the person who's going to move the vote of thanks, I just want to crave your indulgence for just a short while. I want to say that what you witnessed here today did not happen at a whim. This, of course, was a well-planned and executed day. If I may say so myself. And I know it is going to be dealt with by the person who's going to move the vote of thanks, but I want to say commendation, generous encomia, and thanks to the organizing committee of this conference. And I hope I do not create any jealousy within the organization if I single out one person. They all perform admirably, but I want to say that the idea for this conference came out of the head of Cranston Brown. Cranston is a special, iconic figure within this party.
a treasure trove of information and talent, and it is at the response to the budget which Ryan Walters delivered that Cranston called me aside and said, look, Steve, we just can't have a conference day with just voting and leave it alone. And it is on that advice that I formulated the organizing committee, and you will hear who sat on the organizing committee, and I want to publicly thank them for coming on board and giving of their expertise and their talent. I want to say thank you, and this is what you witness here today. The guest speakers, the video presentations, the entertainment, all of it, well planned by that committee. Before I hand back to the Master of Ceremonies, and of course the Master of Ceremonies today was of course like a phantom, and for good reason. But I want to thank you because you did a commendable job in anchoring the whole program today. You did a first-class and commendable job. I also want to give notice that on Friday, the 6th of May, we are going to be having the inauguration of the President-elect and also the induction of some new members right here at George Street Auditorium, and those two ceremonies will be followed by a cocktail reception starting at 7. So Friday the 6th, you are invited right back here, all of the rank and file members, all of the sympathizers of the Democratic Labour Party. We are inviting you back here Friday coming so you can celebrate with us our new president and also to see or witness the induction of some new members into the fold of the family of the Democratic Labour Party. Mr. Master of Ceremonies.
Thank you very much, Interim President. Did you all have a good day? No, man. Let us go again. Did you all have a good day? Nice. So let me all say it together. We can say the theme together. We count with 3. 1, 2, 3. Embracing our, shaping the, let me say it again. Embracing our, shaping the, thank you once more again. I now invite to carry the vote of thanks Renee DeMont. Let's give her a round of applause.
Good evening, all. I'm Ms. Renee DeMont, a committee member of this conference, and it is my privilege to give this vote of thanks. Interim President, Mr. Stephen Blackett, former President, Ms. Verda de Pisa, members of the Executive and General Councils, and all members of the Democratic Labour Party, Professor, the most Honorable Eugene Barreto, our most valued invited guests, the Extraordinary Conference Committee members, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to have been selected to deliver this vote of thanks on this special occasion of our Extraordinary Conference, Embracing Our Legacy, Shaping the Future. On behalf of the committee members, I hereby salute you by first acknowledging the efforts of those who brought today's proceedings to fruition. The Chairman and Interim President, Mr. Stephen Blackett, Mr. Cranston Brown, Mr. Jeff Shepard, Ms. Maxine McLean, Mr. Ricardo Harrison, Mr. Pedro Shepard, Mrs. Irene Sanniford Garner, Mr. David Jewant, and yours truly, Ms. Renee DeMont. It is with great admiration that I express a heartfelt thanks to the distinguished speakers. To the most Honorable Eugene Barreto, I must also express a deep sense of gratitude to the featured speaker, Mr. Dickon Mitchell, leader of the National Democratic Congress in Grenada, and his public relations officer. Also, a special appreciation is extended to him for accepting the invitation, for taking the time to travel from Grenada to Barbados, and to grace us with his presence. I sincerely salute Dr. Rose Ann Blenman for her enlightening delivery regarding science, technology, and innovation. Further, I extend a sincere thank you to Mr. Anthony Francis Worrell for his detailed presentation. Thanks to Mr. Carlos Ford for his honest truths and excellent input regarding the rebuilding, reshaping, and repositioning of the Democratic Labour Party to be the next viable government. To Mr. Colin Spencer for his songs of rendition, which captivated the audience's attention. To Mr. David Joint and his team of Restoration Ministries for celebrating God and for placing him at the center of this great conference. A note of gratitude is extended to the Democratic Labour Party's loyal organizational team, to the administrative staff, Ms. Sandra Eswick and Ms. Annette Wood, to the Secretariat, to Mr. Jabari Welch and his technical team, to the loyal maintenance team led by Mr. Andrew Rock. Good luck to both of our candidates, irrespective of the outcome. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I thank you. I invite all of you to mingle with the Democratic Labour Party family while you await the results. Thank you.
Let's thank once more again Renette Demont. Let's give her a round of applause for giving a vote of thanks. This brings this evening to a close, as the voting will be closed in the next 10 minutes. Remember, you can stay back and have our normal DLP chat in the courtyard as we wait the results between Dr. David Eswick, let's give him a round of applause, and Dr. Ronnie Yearwood, let's give him applause. The results will be announced by the returning officer, with the interim president being there. But we will have on Friday, this Friday, we're inviting everyone to please be seated at 6:45 p.m. as we begin sharply at 7 for the new president's speech and the induction ceremony. I hand over now to the interim president, Steve Blackett.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremonies. Is at this stage that I will bring this conference to a conclusion. This conference stands adjourned.